left out from the Stonehill clan. We have a brother that we mutually lost, and that's all I will say about that.
Okay. From the Stonehill clan. Okay.
And then breaking character, just as a like housekeeping thing, I think I think I'm the only person who is in a house with another person who is talking who is not part of the game. So if you can, so I'm kind of muting myself and not, because my partner is also in the house and we live in a studio. So if that gets irritating and you need me to like turn my mic off, then let me know.
Yeah, no worries. Just I guess we can just try. For what we usually do in situations like that is you just like mute when your character's not sharing, so you just get really comfortable with like unmuting, and that'll be fine. But thank you. Awesome. Well, the last question I'll ask before we get started, and then I'll let it. This is actually a perfect time if you had any bathroom breaks or if you needed to like make a quick run. But I was just going to ask, what for the players that haven't played D&D, is there any particular one thing that kind of got you interested in trying the game tonight, or?
I think I've been curious about it. I think pop culture has definitely, made it more and more popular, and just have not had an opportunity. And when Joe opened the door, I thought it was a good option.
That's cool. Any Critical Role fans in here?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. Nice. Good. Well, at least it's not any of the new people, because I am not Matt Mercer, but I don't hold me to that candle. But awesome. Good stuff. Well, I'm excited. The whole goal of this is to have fun. So I'm hoping that you guys enjoy it, and I'll definitely be asking you guys what you think when we're all said and done. So cool. When Joe gets back, we'll get started. And I'll make a quick run too, and then we'll do it.
Amelia wore a fancy dress for this.
She went all out.
She put on a tattoo. And at multiple times today, I said, am I going to change and wear a nicer shirt? And at multiple times, I decided maybe later. And here we are.
And then later came. I saw when Matthew sent his picture of his setup, you guys have, are they cards that list the skill or the...
I've got spell cards. So they list like the whole, I don't know if that's at the right distance or not, but they list the whole spell and like
what it does and what you need to, like how far it is, other things that you have to be aware of.
So it's just got all the information, so I can quickly like flip through them and keep track of it.
That's handy.
It doesn't have spells. I did that on purpose.
Joe, it's funny what distance the computer starts deciding that you're an entity, because you start out very tiny in the distance, and then you start growing.
Good recognition features.
I got a question for you guys. What's the difference between, and this might be offensive, between D&D and Warhammer? Is Warhammer just a game?
That's a great question.
Like tabletop game?
I actually got my start. The first game I ever played was Warhammer, and I still have a ton of armies. They're rooted in the same culture. D&D was started as a wargaming, where Warhammer is essentially it's more like chess, but with very intricate army pieces. You buy them. It's expensive as all hell. You spend a couple $1,000s on an army. You got to put them together. You got to paint them. And then you have a rule book this thick to learn how to use them and to play them against other people. But Gary Gygax, who started D&D, was like, what if we told stories with what if we told the story of one of these guys in this unit, in this infantry? How do I tell this one soldier's story? And that's kind of how D&D became what it is. So yeah, hopefully that answers it in a long drawn about way.
No, totally. No, that's good.
And that's the big difference, is that D&D has that role playing element. You don't role play when you play Warhammer. You just kind of push your armies and roll dice, chuck dice, destroy things, and see who wins the game on points. Yeah. But totally good stuff. All right, you guys all ready?
I think so.
Ready.
Awesome. Well, to whatever you're sipping on, whether it be water, whatever, cheers to a good game, everyone. Cheers. And let's do it. So, all right. Go ahead. So, we open tonight's game in a large circular chamber. This chamber is in the depths, in the belly of a dungeon complex that the Rogolars, Wayfarers, have spent the past few weeks searching for, locating, and eventually taking on or delving into. And you find yourself in the final room. This large circular flagstone built chamber. The air is stale as you open the two doors from it being closed away from any humanoid for so long. And through that open space, you all see these statues that surround the room, 4 of them, like 8-foot tall knights of old. You don't know what this place used to be or who used to own it, but in this final room, you do locate what you believe is what you've been searching for. You have been sent on this quest by Queen Sophia herself, the Queen of Grayhaven. And as you stand here, finally on the cusp of finalizing, or just on the cusp of finishing your adventure, getting this orb, this artifact that she asked for, you see it. If you look at the tabletop screen, you'll see that you are in a room. As we pull back these doors, those statues on either sides, and there's a staircase in the center of the room that rises roughly 15 feet off the floor, and it leads to a platform that high above of this huge looming presence. Now, there are sconces all along the room. If you don't have dark vision, if you are human, it would be a bit hard to see, but for the half-orc, for Shetlap, for most of you actually, I believe there's no one that you can all still make out everything in this room, just about, even though it's still like, almost imagine it, you see it, when your eyes adjust to the dark. Now, there are sconces along the sides that could be lit, where you can see more. And this huge looming statue of a dragon. So I know you see the red dragon, but imagine it more of a stone structure. And in its mouth, it grips a green orb. And that actually is what casts a bit of a magical glow, allowing you to see even more, casting shadows across the room. This is what you came for. This is what you need to get in return. And so, as you walk into the room, what I'll ask you is just, what are our characters, maybe, is there any conversation that they're having? Is there any approach that the way they walk into the room? I'll turn it over to you. You guys kind of tell me, take it away from here.
Rogolor. Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, I was going to say Rogolor just wants to run at it. Run up the stairs and go for it.
There you go.
Get out Rogolor's leash. Don't.
So Rogolor, you're a ranger, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Rogolor, from your time in the time you spend, whether it be the forest or the wilderness, is that how you approach things? Do you just kind of like run directly for them? Do you survey the situation before you approach? Is that how you approach it in the wild? If so, then all fair.
I think in this context, after being down here for days, I'm eager to reach the prize.
Yeah. So as you're walking up those steps, Rogolor, as you approach it, you see this dragon looming overhead, that green orb just within reach. Can you give me an insight check? So you're going to look at your insight skill in your bar, and then you're going to roll that, and you're going to tell me what you get.
I rolled a 10 plus I got an 11.
11. Okay, excellent. And so, Rogolor, looking at the structure, what you realize is that the stone is in the creature's mouth, and it's so far away from actually just grabbing. But what you do notice just from your instincts as being a ranger and an orc who's, and being, do you use a bow or no? Which
Yes.
is that your main kind of weapon? So you do notice something interesting about the eyes. The orb in the dragon's mouth casts just a bit of a glow that you can see there is an interesting spot, like a dot right between the two dragons' eyes. It looks like it might even be a slot that something could go into.
Should I try to shoot it, guys?
Yeah.
Wait.
I think I can also run up and climb on top of Rogolor and jump on top of the statue too, to get a better look at it too.
Would you like to try that? And there's that Crumpton.
Yeah.
Crumb thrum.
We've
Crumb
been down here
thrum.
for days. Someone just do something already.
Yeah.
Are the sconces, are they dim but lit, or are they completely out?
They're completely out right now.
Okay.
There's just that kind of hue from the orb, that greenish color that is being cast across everything.
My gut says that like stuff happens when you do it, so I would like to spread out. I don't want to be like all clumped together if this room's about to change on us.
Stuff happens? What do you mean? Like bad stuff?
Stuff like we could be done.
What happens in dungeons? I don't spend a lot of time in dungeons. What are you? I'm not an underworld creature. So.
No, he's right. Shilap is right.
I just want to be
Alright.
spread out. I want to be ready.
And in fairness,
'Cause
what I will say to you all, this is completely enjoyable. You guys are doing all the good stuff. This is a kind of an opening scene to get your characters kind of going, and almost think of it, there's no right or wrong way to do it. This is you guys figuring something out. And so just know that I don't want you to think off the bat, you're going to touch something and you're all going to die. So feel free to this is like touch and feel and do whatever you want. Get comfortable in the world.
So we think we're going to, Rogolor, you're going to try to shoot it with an arrow, the hole up there?
Try to, shoot the slot.
But I think I can look at the slot more closely before he shoots it.
Sure.
If
climb
you
up
can
on
get
top?
there and do that, I would love to, before Prom does that, give her guidance, cast guidance on her.
Shetlub,
Right.
can you give me... okay, Shetlub, you're casting guidance.
Yeah.
Can you also give me an insight check?
Yeah. That's an 18 plus 5, so 23.
Okay, excellent. So, Shetlub, as you've been doing that, you're also looking around, just like you were kind of even doing as a player, you're kind of taking in the room and maybe trying to figure out the way this place was built. And so far, the way the cavern structure is, you realize at some point that this was some type of underground, maybe fortress or a sanctuary. The knights tell you that it was probably owned by humanoids at one point, but then there's been kind of defacing to some of the iconography or the carvings on the walls that were probably in some ancient lost language that lets you know that something darker took over the structure. And you've also felt or hints the feeling of undead in the past as you've crawled this cavern, and you feel like maybe, from what you understand, this could have been a necromancer could have basically, when this changed hands, could have stayed here at one point.
I'm going to tell my party all of that.
All of that. So all of that is then transferred over to the party?
Tell them that I was right to say that stuff may happen. Just list it all out. And then I'll go up and touch Promthron real quick. If she's going to go look at the hole and cast guidance on her.
Nice.
Which is an additional D4 added to an ability check.
All right. And then Crompton, you're going to jump over. You wanted to leap over onto the statue, correct, and then take a closer look at the, yes. So, all right. So to do that, you're going to go ahead and give me an acrobatics check.
Amelia, with
Oh.
guidance, if it's a low score, you can roll a d4. So you could maybe get another
And add to it, yeah.
and add to
So
it.
I have a D20 plus 5. I got
Mhm.
18, so that gives me 23.
Nice. That is more than enough. And so you guys notice I haven't been saying, oh, you hit it, and I haven't been telling you what you need to hit. So I have like basic stats, and what it normally works out to is something very easy in the world to do is like we call a DC, or a difficulty challenge, of 5. Something a little bit harder than that is like a 10, maybe 10 to 12. Gets more difficult, 15, and then 20 and up is when you start getting into like it's like ridiculous to do. So 18 is a really high score for you to understand. So I'll letting you in behind the DM. That the difficulty challenge for that was a 12, and you beat it. So you end up flipping. Actually, would you like to describe maybe how it looks to us in our like mind's eye theater? This movie that we're creating in our mind as you.
Yeah.
Over there.
So I started on the ground, and then I ran up Rogolor's back, jumped on his head, did a flip, jumped back on his head, did another flip to get onto the dragon.
Nice. So you land on this dragon's, the head, the stone, and it's kind of worn and aged. You can see some cracking in it, and you're sitting on top of this, and you're kind of, actually maybe you're sitting on the side of the skull, and you're looking at the orb, and the orb in this large, the dragon's, head is almost the size of you, like you're a small, dwarf, and in its jaws is that orb, and that orb is almost the size of a small ball. You guys could, you could probably palm it with 2 hands and put it in a sack very easily. Yeah, what would you like to do? What are you doing now?
Well, I also want to look at that slot that was in the stone too.
Yes. So
that
you're looking
space
at
between his eyes, between the dragon's eyes.
Can you give me an investigation check? And that'll be, the one that's investigation.
Yes. 7.
7. So you're like weird, this strange little, almost like a little square. You're like, does a key go in there? You start to, maybe your guess is as good as mine at this point. Anybody else on the ground? And like I said, feel free to anybody jump in. Crumpton, is there anything else maybe that you're evaluating or looking at here?
I think also seeing what the ceiling is like up above the dragon, and if there's anything in the wall behind it that we haven't seen from the ground.
Okay. Can you give me a perception check? So this will be the perception. Perception's kind of based on your surroundings and how you.
Yeah. 12.
12. So as you're looking over the ceiling, no, everything looks fine. Kind of weird. It's a bit of cobwebs there and high domed vault. But strangely, when you look back down at the orb, you realize like it looks like it could have some kind of magical trap on it. Not quite magical trap. There are some iron bands that let you know that it's locked in place. And it looks like it feeds to maybe some other mechanism that goes deeper into the mouth. You don't know what kind of trap it is, but you being a rogue, do know that this is something that you are probably proficient in terms of disarming them, if you would like to try that.
I want to check with my party first.
I think you should.
They were all like, yeah, go for it.
They were all like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to try to disarm
So
it.
here's what I'm gonna. So at this moment, you've discovered there's a trap. I'm gonna give you advantage. What advantage means, you're gonna roll 2 d20s, and you're gonna take the highest result.
So in D&D Beyond, I'll just press the roll button twice.
And I'm sorry, yes, and I didn't tell you. I'm sorry. The skill that you want to do is going to be sleight of hand, and actually, because you get your proficient, you actually get to add your proficiency to it because you are a rogue.
Okay.
I mean, I think because you have the tools. It's probably already built in. Actually, you get, so it shows +2 to your sleight of hand, but you're using this to disarm a trap. So you're going to add a +2 to that. So even though D&D Beyond is going to give you a number, add 2 to it after you finish rolling.
Okay, so
That
I got a
makes sense.
10, so it would be 12.
12.
Yeah.
And then you get to do it again and take the highest.
Ooh, I got 27, so
There.
29.
Whoa. So you what is your kind of like tools? And while she's like you kind of hear Crumpton up there working, and what's Faywin doing? What's the
I'd
big
like to move to the like opposites. So she's like on the left side. I'd like to be on the right side of the dragon. Yeah.
right over there?
I can kind of watch her and be ready if something is gonna jump out.
Okay.
Kind of flank it in that way.
Okay.
I'm as far back as possible when Shetlap said it could be a trap, so I'm sitting way back. What's going on up there?
So then you're twiddling with your tools, and suddenly there's and there's a hiss, and in the bottom of the dragon's jaw, a piece of stone kind of drops away, and you're able to remove a glass kind of container that was hooked up that would have released some kind of toxic gas, and you're able to hold that gas very, very carefully and do whatever you like with it, but it no longer will release if you grab the orb.
What was that sound? Are you getting the orb or not?
So Crumpton has just finished disarming the trap. Shetlep is kind of watching and kind of taking in the lore of the room. Faywin is ready for anything that might happen. How about Rogolor? What are you doing?
Well, I'm watching intently. But I think I know that orb is still stuck up there. I either think Crumthrum should grab it, or I could try to knock it out of the dragon's mouth and Faywin could catch it, and that would be super dramatic.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
So you're going to take a shot to try to knock it
under
out.
my arm, and I'm ready to catch it.
I think that's a good idea because I have this jar of noxious gas, and so I can't hold both.
This is true.
Fair
Rogolor grabs his bow and notches an arrow and takes a shot.
Go for it. Go ahead and give me an advantage. You're going to have to roll twice, and you're going to make an attack roll. So yours is a little different than making like a normal dexterity shot, because I think your dexterity is lower than your longbow shot, I believe, is Rogolor is a +6. So you see where it says longbow, you want to tap that, and it should give you a number.
So I click +6, and I get 24.
Whoa, that's a really good. So here's what happens. Kind of there's a moment as you line up the shot, and you know you've got it. And as you go, you kind of step. It's just a little off, almost like you just mess up, kind of just briefly. You aim a little too high, and you say you know it. You say kind of maybe shit in your head as you release the arrow. It flies. It's a little off, but it lands above the orb and lands in that slot that was right above the dragon's head. And then Crumpton watches it, and as that arrow goes into it, it goes. It pushes in like it taps something, and the entire structure starts to, and this entire dragon starts to drop down to eye level. I know you were probably back here when you shot that, or a little bit farther away, but it drops down to eye level, and now it is sitting to where someone could walk up to it and take it on. Now, of course, Crumpton, you literally are still on top of the head, but you're also holding the little gaseous jar. And so now, great job, Rogolor. You have brought the creature to eye level to where everyone can get to it.
Welcome, guys.
With Cromthrum up there, my sister holding this noxious gas, I'm worried about her hopping down, but I also want to keep the gas because I feel like I could use that later. So I'm gonna walk over, I'm gonna drop guidance on her and cast resistance on myself to give me a D4 against a saving throw in case I drop it. And I tell her, toss me the gas.
Nice. So you want to toss it to him?
I feel like I kind of have to because he put guidance in my head, so I can't be stupid and say no.
Guidance.
So yeah.
You can say no if you want to.
Yeah. He's not charming you or anything like that where can make you do it.
Okay, yeah, I'll toss it to him.
So
he can keep it safe.
Give me an just a dexterity, just a straight dexterity check. Or acrobatics. Acrobatics if you haven't already rolled.
Acrobatics.
The very top.
12.
12. So toss it, and because of the 12, anything over 10 is going to... So you get a +2 to catch it, Shetlup. So you need to just give me your acrobatics to catch.
Nope. Oh, but I rolled well. So 17.
And it's a DC 10.
-1 is a 16.
You still get it. It was a really easy. She lobbed it to you. She was right there. You're like, click. You're like, whew. You're kind of like holding on to it. And you kind of look around. It's all right. Zaldrin, you've been a little quiet. The sorcerer is kind of standing there, and you're watching this like magical orb kind of standing there. Is there anything that you'd add or be doing in this situation? Or Zaldrin? Nope. Okay. All right.
Thanks, guys. Let's get out of here.
So
Wait,
grabbing the orb.
Grab it. We gotta grab
It was not the orb. It was the gas. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the gas is safe and sound.
Okay.
Shatlup has it. He's been tossed to by Crumthum. So who's grabbing the orb?
That seemed more dangerous than necessary.
Crumthum. So Crumthum, as you go ahead and you go to grab the orb, you realize like, oh wow, it's really jammed in there tight. Can you give me an athletics check, but you will not get an advantage on it. So that's basically a strength. The athletics check is right above.
So I rolled a 2.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I don't get my +3, is what you mean?
No, you get your +3. You just advantage means you get to roll again. You just don't get to roll again. So you just,
okay.
Yeah, so
it's 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're just like struggling, and you realize like you can't dislodge this thing. You're just not strong enough. You don't have the leverage, and you kind of think about who might be able.
Crumthum, do you need help?
Yeah, I need help.
All right, I'll come help. Phelan's gonna go help.
So our large dragonborn, golden, fighter, barbarian walks over, and you're going to give me an advantage at athletics checks. It's just based on just pure strength to pull this.
That's pretty good. Okay, so I rolled a 16, and then was it just strength or athletics?
Athletics, if that.
8. 21.
Nice. So you're just kind of pulling this with all your might. The golden scales of your arms begin to flex and snatch that orb right out of the dragon's mouth, and the jaws close on the dragon. And as they do, all the sconces begin to light up in the room, and there is a that glow. The whole room starts to glow a green, and then suddenly, Crumthum, you look up and you realize the ceiling starts to open, like it parts in several pieces, and the floor begins to move, kind of twisting as you all begin rising. And if you look up, you can start to see that the night sky is revealing, and at this moment, Shatlup starts to feel that dark energy, starts to feel that undead, that sense of undead and something wrong going on. And that is when, as almost like in the Disneyland ride where the room is stretching, you guys are literally going up, but there are just moments where there are openings like slivers in the sides on the way up through this column, in the sides of the walls. These undead skeletons begin to jump out, and they begin to start to pour towards the party. Now we're not going to go into combat here. You guys have you have the orb and you're almost to the ceiling, and maybe whoever this technomancer was tried to secure this orb or keep it away from the world with these undead. As they kind of pushing in, crawling all over things as they kind of come out as zombies. Maybe just describe this in the moment, like what are you doing? Maybe,
I safely pocket the orb.
So someone's pocketing the orb. Yep. Faye, when you pocket that.
As a cleric, I'm gonna cast or channel divinity and turn undead.
There it is.
Bring them all out of it.
Yeah. So, what does your turn undead look like as you do in this grand moment?
So I sit there and I pull out. I've got a requerie of some sea salt, and I sit there and I pray to Umberly, and I think all dead things return to the sea, and I just tell him you gotta go home.
Nice. And so it's so there is a flash of I don't know what color like light it is, and all of you see it for a second, and then as they're all pouring in, they're all about to grab you, they all kind of stop and just literally like are repulsed by Shetlip's magic and begin to just back away, and like some of them crawl and break their bones and kind of climb back into the crevices inside the walls, and there's no need to fight them. And suddenly we get a shot of you all kind of rising up to the surface. You're in the middle of this like kind of like beautiful mountain area where this thing stops, like the floor, and the dragon's wings have opened, and now the dragon has just kind of formed a statue, a monument. There, and then it's night sky. You can see all of the stars. There's a brisk wind, and there's kind of like the heroic shot of all of you. And I just want everybody to kind of tell me, kind of like what your characters kind of look like as they, as they come out. Think of this as your, if you've ever seen a Michael Bay movie, right? This is you're rising up real slow. This is your reveal. And what you all look like together. So, Cromthorne, what does she kind of look like after this harrowing moment?
Crumthorne really did not like the undead, so her eyes are still very huge, and she's really grossed out.
Nice. And yeah, like some short like that. I love it. Faywin?
Faywin was probably startled by the undead, and so was maybe bristled almost like a cat about to rage. She really doesn't like raging, so she's relieved that she didn't have to.
Awesome. She'll get some raging later.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh no.
Rogolor grunts victoriously and does a
tusks out. Yeah. Is he more of a gray-skinned hat orc or more green, the way you kind of see him?
More grayskin.
Grayskin, yeah.
Shetlap's just excited that it worked, so he's probably like chasing down any undead that were a little too slow and throwing his Rogolor at him.
Awesome.
I'm just glad I can go back home and have a bath. This is my last adventure, guys.
And so with that, we see our adventure standing there. Can you all see that black screen that I'm sharing?
Yes.
Awesome. So we see our adventure standing there and ready to maybe get a good night's rest and then take their journey back to the city of Grayhaven, where they can reap the reward, hopefully be dubbed Knights of the Realm, but more so get paid, because I'm sure that's probably what they're more concerned with. And so we kind of crash to black, and then we'll start tonight's episode. Special game, Guess of the Queen, and we will go ahead and pick back up. So awesome. Let's see. All right, so now we pick back up some days later as the party has made their way back to Grayhaven, and all you know is that you're entering in the early morning, and that the plan is to meet Duke Draymore, who is the hand of the Queen, who's supposed to kind of set you up your accommodations, take you in, and you're supposed to, he was just told that you can't miss him and all his flamboyancy. You will see him. He will meet you at the gates once you're permitted in, and then we will, kind of make arrangements and go from there. And so, excited or whatever, the things you guys know, what you've heard while you've never been in the city, that it is one of the grandest cities in the Harpy Coast, and that it is just one of those like kind of magnificent places in terms of sights to see, literally built on into the the coast, where there's a huge harbor, huge towering structures, and city villages kind of like stacked on top of each other's, huge walls that go all the way around, and at the very top towards the back, of course, of this place, you would see the grand palace or castle of the Queen. And so as you enter, I'll also share with you that, is there anything somewhere? So it's one of the largest cities you've ever seen. And as you go to those front gates, they begin to kind of open. There are two large walls, and they're flanked by guards. And there are tons of other like merchants and, travelers and adventurers like you. You're not the only ones walking through the walls, and people just begin to kind of push and make their way through. And you can see merchants on the side of the corners, and on every, other block there is an inn or a tavern to go drinking, and so or to find a place to stay. And you're kind of looking around, and then you see a gentleman who is with some guards walking towards you. He has a kind of a top hat on, a bit skinny, very dark, not the most pleasant face, and a scar across the cheek. Dressed very well, but darker colored clothes, and a little bit of purple frills to his shirt to accent the black. And he walks up to you, and he says, looking at the countenance of this party, you all must be the Rogolor's Wayfarers. Am I correct?
Yes, that's us. I curtsy deeply.
Ah, thank you. One of you has manners. Good. I apologize. I am not Duke Draymore, and he unfortunately could not be here. I am Arthur Smithers. I am his assistant, and I will be at least helping you here for now. He told me, he kind of pulls out and he hands you a letter. Who takes the letter?
I take the letter.
Was that Faywin?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Faywin, you take the letter, and big dragon will snatch it out of his hand. And as you open it up and read it, it says, "Dear Wayfarers, I must apologize for standing you up for our meeting. The Queen has me attending to other urgent matters. Please use this time to relax and to better take in the sights and that Grayhaven has to offer. Though, please stay out of trouble. The Queen does not trust anyone else with the artifact. And would only want it handed over to either myself or her. So it is best that you hold it for a few more hours." And that is, and then it says, it's pleasantries and Duke Draymore. And so that's true. So Smithers kind of looks over like he maybe hasn't seen. He's kind of like trying to see what you're reading. Faywin kind of snatches it away.
I rolled up really gentle, and I safely stashed it in my bag.
That is fair. Well, I was told if I could point you in any particular directions or help you out in your stay, I would do so. But I would say that the city is broken, and this is the Grand Ave. You can find a lot of places to relax, or more of like a bit of a Grand Ave that leads into the city. There is continue up this, and kind of gives you some directions. There is the Market Square. You could head to a little bit more good shops and wares. And then there's the waterfront. You all look like you could handle yourself, but the waterfront gets a little dicey or shady, I'd say. And then the High Street, where the High Street is on a hill that is like more grand. It's leading up to where the castle is. It's where more like the higher class, nobles and things like that live. And so, yeah, he kind of turns that over to you, and he's like, "So, is there any other questions or anything like that I can help with?"
So, when are we supposed to meet up and hand all this over?
Yes. It looks like what I was told by Draymore is that the queen is not quite ready, and that you'll probably be we'll be looking at a 6 o'clock invitation for the banquet tonight. So you've got some time to kill. It's around 11 a.m. in the morning.
Okay.
So this is a moment where you guys can kind of talk amongst each other. Maybe tell me what you're thinking about. What would you like to do in the city? If there was anything, what kind of, what do you guys want to do next?
So I'm thinking, I just got invited to a nice banquet, and I don't have a left boot.
That's a long way to travel with that boot not on. That is tough.
So I think I'm going to ask my sister if she could go lift me one from maybe High Street. I don't need a pair of boots, just the nicest boot she could grab.
Are you sure? That's going to look stupid. I'll get you a pair.
All right. I won't say no to an extra boot, but.
Good.
You're looking for a boot, you're probably going to find a good one at the Market Square. But sure, whatever you.
Market Square. I write that down, and then I get a little nervous that Arthur was so close to us, and I back away.
Does the Market Square have a place to get a drink?
Yes, absolutely. I recommend there are a number of places there, and I will get you at least the one. I tend to stay in for my drinking. I go to the Lucky Copper. It's in the High Street. But there in the Market Square, you'll probably find the Bard's Tail Tavern is fine. So is the Black Flagon is okay.
All right then.
Are we going to be able to bring Rogolor into anything on the high street?
Yeah. So one of the things that you'll notice about this there it is a kind of a central hub, and you'll see all of there are races of all different types here in Grayhaven. So there are tieflings who are kind of like they have horns. They have a skin ranging from purplish to a reddish hue. You see halflings who are more like your hobbits. You see dwarves and elves, and even the occasional drow.
I meant it more as a behavior type thing than an appearance.
Okay, gotcha.
Thing.
I always assume when people say like half orc, I'm thinking like or orc. It's maybe more of a D&D racial thing. Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
He doesn't behave.
Because there's a lot of that.
He doesn't behave very well. He doesn't keep his loincloth on all the time when we tell him to.
Well,
Roguelar's used to being in the forest.
You might need clothes.
Oh yeah, we should lift him some clothes too.
Oh, you're right. You're right for the feast.
I'm heading to Market Square.
All right.
I asked my friend Zaldrin if he has any family here, knowing he's noble and wanting to make some connections.
That's a good question. I don't think I do, but I'm sure.
I missed that last question or statement maybe.
If Zaldrin has family here, because he's got some fancy people in his family and he's from a noble.
I'm not sure if I do, but I'm sure if we go to High Street, we'll fit right in.
Let's go to High Street.
Well, maybe not you lot, but I will.
So I hear a number of different things. High Street, going to get a boot for Shetlap. Any one of those particular things that stands out as with immediate urgency, or
I think a boot for Shetlap and clothes for Rogolor.
So yeah, on the way over, I'd like to tell Promthrum, my plan is to cast some thaumaturgy, make a big distraction, and then she grabs me a boot, and she grabs Rogolor the biggest dress she can find.
Sounds good. So as you start to walk down the Market Square, you're kind of turning to head towards like the street. You're walking down the Grand Ave. And a little old man with a cart kind of spins out of the way and kind of bumps into Rogolor there at the front. He goes, "Watch it and put some clothes on." Kind of looking up at this big, muscular orc. And he goes, but while you're here, maybe you're willing to buy some wares. He says that he has some really good, potions and things like that for the party in case they're interested in purchasing.
have.
Rogolor doesn't want to buy anything from this dude that hit him with a cart.
Let me see these potions.
He starts to change his tune. I'm just an old man. I'm very sorry. Look! I've got. He says, "I swear that's a good potion here for you. You guys look like you could use a potion of greater healing. Though good in battle, big strong fellow like you might need it someday, or one of the other parties. Maybe that scrawny little dwarf there."
I don't think we should buy it. I think we should just take it on our way as we walk away.
There's a potion, and then he goes on, and I also have a dust. This one right here is a little bit of. This is a dust of dryness, and then I have a potion of growth as well. So these three are all on sale today for 50 gold pieces a piece. What do you say? I make you a really good deal.
I look at Zaladrin, my my
yeah, our
bankroller.
purse.
Yeah, you got the cash.
You guys want these? You guys want these potions?
Yeah.
Yeah!
We'll give you 100 gold for the 3 of them.
I was already brought them down from 75 a piece, but 1 second. He looks in his pouch. You know what? You seem like good people that will go to good use. All 3 sold for 100 gold. So you guys can mark that however you'd like. They're all handed over to you. Whoever you can mark who has those potions. The potion of dust of dryness, potion of greater healing, and another potion of what was that?
Rogolor doesn't have pockets, so
Okay. So someone with pockets take the potions.
I like keeping things.
There you go. So yeah.
I have a question though. If I'm holding it, can I give it to somebody else to use it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So what will happen is you can use a bonus action or something like that during a combat or during when you need it. Otherwise, when you're just role playing, you just hand it to someone and they can just use it.
Got it.
Only time it might come into important, like a moment, is during combat where you need to pass it off. Maybe do something like you guys did with Shetlap, where you gotta throw it and hope you don't break it, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm.
I want somebody else to have the potion of healing to use it on me.
Because you're pretty sure you're gonna die.
Because you don't think that I'm going to use it on
I
you?
can hand out healing.
I'm gonna go ahead and
down. I need somebody to get me back up.
Well, I'm holding them.
Yeah, either.
And by the way, you guys, it has been some time since that little encounter was at the beginning of the game. So any spells that you use, slots, and you get all that back. Any hit points that you would have lost, you get all that back. You guys are 100% right now.
Great.
Sorry, I think I cut off Faye when you were saying something.
Oh, I find it useful for a sorcerer or a rogue to have the healing potion because they're usually able to get in, but not be in the middle of things. Rogues can get out quick, and sorcerers just hang there.
And I don't think we can count on Zaldrin to hold things because he just hangs behind. I don't know if he's going to be in the midst of everything.
Yeah, so I think
Someone else hold this potion. That's all right.
I got him.
Yeah.
I also am going to pickpocket Faywin and take the letter that was from.
No, I'm super paranoid, and I'm always checking my pockets.
Nice. Who has the orb that is supposed to go to the queen?
Me. I do.
Yes, Faywin has
and I'm super paranoid that it's going to disappear.
All right.
I really don't want to mess it up because this could be my ticket into nobility. So I'm checking my pockets.
So you're going to give me an advantage perception check, and this check is going to be one check to just account for how often you're checking your pockets and how good you are at being aware as you walk through these very busy city streets.
Did you say perception?
A perception.
20.
Nice.
Not natural though. So.
That's okay. Call it a dirty 20. That's a good. It's a good place to be.
Roll high, Cronthrum.
Yeah. All right. And so as you're walking through the city, and you can hear all the people, and it's just a little too close for comfort. Kind of walking around, you hear the lady's kind of yelling out. She goes, "Get your fancy dresses, fancy shoes and dresses." And she's kind of off on the side.
That's where we're going.
Portly lady. She walks on. She has all these they don't look that fancy, but she's and she's she's kind of like dusting off some of the shoes as a dog runs over and like grabs one of the leather shoes. It's just, she goes, get away, you mangy mutt! She slaps it on the top of the head. The dog goes running off. What do you guys?
I'm gonna head over there and let Cromthrum kind of like sneak around, and I'm gonna start chatting her up and try to figure out which dress she thinks I'd look best in.
What can I do for you? What, you looking for a nice dress?
Yeah, what's the best dress that you think I'd fit in? And as I say that, I want to cast Thaumaturgy and make all the windows open and close.
It's just and all all that happens. She's like, what was that? Did you do that?
No, it's just drafty around here.
Oh, so while she's doing it, and then that's when you want someone to try to take one of the shoes.
Yeah.
So who's is Cromthrum the one that's taking the shoes? So she kind of spins around. Give me for Thaumaturgy to see how effective it was. Give me an Arcana check.
What am I rolling?
Arcana, and this is going to give me a number that Cromthrum is going to need to beat. The more effective you are at this number, the lower the number will be for Cromthrum.
Straight to 10.
To 10? Okay, so that's going to make it. All right, so it's going to be pretty simple for you. All right, so Cromthrum, you're going to give me a sleight of hand. This time you don't get to add your, just whatever your sleight of hand is normally. You're not using your thieves' tools for this. And the pair of shoes that you're grabbing for Shedlip, what do they look like?
They're definitely too big for him.
Okay.
They're kind of flat, but they have very, very elaborate like leather work on them, so they're very conspicuous, but definitely too big for him.
Nice. Awesome. So go ahead and give me your
I got a 25.
Oh my god, you guys are rolling. If that sticks with for
That's
the
18
game.
plus 7.
Nice. So she's clueless. She's looking around. What is that? And you've already snatched the shoes, and she looks down. The goddamn dog! That dog! I'll find him another pair of ruined shoes.
I need to grab a dress too.
Yes, a dress. This one is a nice powder blue. It would look good. Complements the grays and the hues in your skin. Oh, you guys want the dress? You guys trying to steal the dress as well?
Or Rogolor just tries to take it. He just tries to take it from the lady. He doesn't understand about bartering.
So as Rogolor, so are you snatching it from the lady?
Yeah.
Okay, so you snatch it out of her hands, kind of like, and she's like, what are you doing? Are you crazy?
I'm going to apologize for him. I'm sorry. My friend, he's from the woods.
Gods!
Give the dress back.
No, all means you can take this
dress.
dress.
Cost?
They're going right now for 1 gold piece.
Just 1 gold piece?
That's pretty
1
good.
gold piece.
I'll shell out the gold piece for the dress.
Thanks, Shitlap.
So the guards don't come over here.
Please. What are you thinking here? Why would you do that?
He's just grabby. I'll apologize.
You know what? That's going to be 2 for you then. 2 gold pieces.
Whoa. That's too steep for my blood. Rogolor, give the dress back. We'll go shopping.
No dress. Go shop somewhere else.
Rogolor stays with his loincloth.
Rogolor begrudgingly gives the dress back.
Right,
Can I talk her out of that with something?
Yes. Tell me what you're telling it, how are you doing it, and then I'll tell you to give me probably a persuasion. It's going to be a persuasion check. But based on how much you're willing to role play it, is how easy I'll bring the difficulty challenge down. So right now, we'll say your difficulty challenge is at 15. She's not feeling too hot about this, but maybe that comes down by you just telling me how you talk to her.
We're a group of friends. We've been traveling for a really long time. This is our friend Rogolor. He's really had a really tough life. He's actually a veteran from the War of the Were-Rats, which was horrible, really violent, and he struggles a lot. So We were invited actually to a banquet with the Queen this evening, and he doesn't look presentable at all. So
You?
we
He's gets to
wanted.
go see Queen Sophia?
Yes, we've been hired for something very special, and we're coming to honor her as well.
Oh my gosh.
So
If
we will
you
be
were wearing
representing your
my-
dresses. Yes. Yes.
Would you have to tell Queen Sophia they're my dresses. Tell her they
Yes.
are Emily Raftmite. They're my dresses, and you can see the. Just make sure you show her the tag on the inside.
Oh, of course, of course.
Why don't you give me a persuasion check? It has come down significantly. This is just to see how good you're.
17.
Yes. Yes. For that one gold piece, I'm gonna go ahead and give you 3 dresses. Three different colors here, and
We're
she goes.
losing
She
him a
takes
little
the
bit.
blue one back. She says, "This is one," and then she goes in a little box. And she pulls out this. She's like, "I've been working on this one for weeks," and she opens it up, and it is like it has rhinestones. It's like really, really nice. Really, and he hands it to the whole box to Rogolor. Says, "Make sure the Queen knows." And so, if you do wear this in the Queen's presence, or in anyone's presence, mind you, whoever wears it, your charisma checks are going to be +2. It's that fancy.
Great.
And
Rogolor's
so-
gonna look so
Are you
nice.
gonna wear it? Or are you gonna take it off?
Rogolor is going to be so pretty, and now we don't have to stare at his ass all the time.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you. We'll be sure to tell the Queen.
No problem. Yes, but get it. You should definitely learn him some manners.
We're working on it.
Rogolor bad.
All right, so I pay the nice lady a gold,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm gonna carry the dress for Rogolor so he doesn't mess it up before
Okay,
tonight.
that's completely fine. So kind of stows it away. So now that you've kind of sitting there looking around the streets, and is there maybe somewhere you guys would like to go next? Now, remember, so far you are still in the market district. If you'd like to stay here, there was also the high street. I remember someone also mentioned like getting a drink. I don't know if that's an option. So it's kind of like your chance to kind of decide where to explore. I know that he also mentioned down by the wayfront, the waterfront. Waterfront's kind of like towards the harbor. You can kind of see it off in the distance. It's kind of the lowest part of the city. And if you do walk that way, you can tell that there's less traffic. It kind of lightens up, less people there. But you probably get the idea. Think of it this way. Things get less expensive down there, and they get more expensive as you go up towards the cast. If you're buying things or whatever that means.
I mean, waterfront's my people,
Okay.
but no, I'm not splitting the party. I'm fine for getting drinks. Drinks.
To the that bar in High Street, the Lucky Copper.
Nice. So you guys are headed up to the Lucky Copper, and as you're kind of walking and traveling, you'll arrive there. You can start to just tell the difference in the people. There's a little bit more of the snobbies in the air. The people carry themselves well. Still, some people, people you kind of intermingle with as you kind of walk through are still pretty kind for the most part. It gets less. The streets are a little bit more cleaner. Down on the Grand Ave with all the carts and the traffic, you notice there's a lot of smell of horses and horse dung everywhere. Quite off-putting, but it gets a little bit nicer here. And as you round a corner and you see the Lucky Copper there, and you walk inside, and sure enough, there's a little tavern music playing. There's a bard over in the corner, a little halfling, playing a little lute, and a big half orc is behind the bar, kind of cleaning some flagons, and kind of looks over to you, kind of waves at all you as you kind of walk in the door. And there's a couple places to sit down. What do you guys like to do?
I want.
Alfred, what do you want to do? You're the one that really wanted to drink.
I'm gonna go up to the bar and I'd like to ask the barkeep for a cup of their finest spirit.
Finest spirit you're looking for, huh? Yep, that'll be, pulls down this, like, shiny golden bottle and whoop, corks it, pours your glass. And that's to, kind of looks over at Zoladrin, kind of hands it over to you, slides it over. That'll be 15 gold.
15 gold. Oh.
As he's checking out, Jetlap quickly follows Aladrin and says, "And I'll take your largest jar of pickles," and he's buying it.
Jar of pickles. Hey, Sandy, jar of pickles out here. Yeah, we got any? And you hear in the back, like, what do they think we are? Waterfront folk? Then somebody says, he goes, here. It's on the house.
So I take my jar back and I hand all the pickles to Rogolor and I start drinking pickle juice.
Okay. So Shetlap is drinking his pickle juice, kind of running down his white beard. What else? So as you guys kind of sitting around, give you guys kind of a moment just to kind of mingle and, talk to each other.
I'm going to tell Faywin the most high-class thing you can do is have a bunch of drinks at a nice bar.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure? I don't. You spoke in that nice lady. I'm not drinking very high class. So I don't.
Well, part of it is showing off that you can drink all of those. Your tolerance is going to be very impressive.
Right.
Here's the first one.
I don't know. I don't know if that's in the class. That's what I understand before. I don't know if I would do that.
You can either be drinking pickle juice like me or nice drink like Dallas.
I do the nice.
Rogolor eats some more pickles.
Rogolor's going to his pickles. So the drink, surprisingly, Zaldarin, is the way he pours it. Actually, no, he poured it, but he also kind of pulled out a little flint and lit a fire, and then he dropped a little green stone in it. So it's like this fluorescent green drink kind of flames at the top. And as you blow it out and sip it, it's actually quite good. Sweet, not too sweet, but not too strong, kind of fine on the palate. And so you're not sure if it's worth 15 gold, but it's definitely one of the better drinks you've probably had in a while.
This is excellent.
Yeah.
But I would recommend buying the second finest spirit on my spirit.
Is he the only one going to drink here, or is anybody else? Just guys on ale or anything, or no? Just
I'll take meat.
meat. Sure enough. Gotta find sweet meat where he pulls on a jar and goes, let me make it a kind of a pitcher for everyone, or a bottle of it, and just kind of corks the
Yeah,
bottle.
Dalladrin's fine.
Yeah, that'll be 2 gold.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah, you asked for the finest spirit. He pretty much polished off the ace of spades. Just he gave you bottle service prices. But one drink.
Rogolor happily drinks his cup in one gulp.
Nice. So when you kind of throw it back like that, Rogolor, you're pretty strong. Why don't you give me a Constitution saving?
Oh,
I'm going to roll for how strong I think the drink is.
yeah, saving throw.
All right, so I've rolled for how strong the drink is. How strong
So I went under the saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I got a 23.
Nice. That's really good. So yeah, you're metabolizing this mead. It's whatever. You throw something stronger at me, you're fine. You could probably drink another. You guys are sharing it. You could probably drink the entire bottle and be fine. So you're doing well. So if you would have failed that, what I've
Pour
probably
myself
done.
another glass.
What's that?
I'd pour myself another glass.
There you go. And so like so you're good. So you're completely metabolizing the drink. If you weren't, what I might have done is giving you like some disadvantage to future rolls or something. But you guys are doing well. And so as you guys are kind of sitting there and talking and maybe wondering why, so then the bartender's kind of like, so what brings you all into the town?
Nothing special. Why are you asking?
Excuse me?
That's nothing. We're just visiting.
Oh, okay.
We
Yeah.
don't have anything important.
If you don't like to talk, if you're not talking, that's
I'm gonna whip
Oh,
out
no.
And so we're going to the Queen's banquet tonight.
Oh, fancy.
Because
Fancy
we are,
group.
We're just guests.
we're high
We're
class
just
people.
guests.
That's good. That's good. And so
We're not many.
you also noticed that from when Smithers gave you that little note and it had the Queen seal on it, that's kind of like as good as if you had to show it to guards or anyone like that. It would probably be the best thing to show. And so as you guys are kind of drinking and talking to the kind of looking at a couple of things here. Give me 1 second. It's hard to find your notes. Nope. So yeah, going to see the Queen, huh? That's a good thing. What time is your meeting?
It's not important. You don't have to know.
It's around 8.
Oh,
Our meeting's around 8.
Yeah, good things. This one is not your trustworthy. Huh?
No, she's not very friendly at
Not
all.
very
No.
I'm very friendly. I'm just smartly cautious. And I
She's
back
smartly
up.
cautious. But her
Yeah.
other perk is that she is very classy. Look at her. Isn't she beautiful?
She is.
I'm gonna hold up the dress against her and say, like, wouldn't she look good in this dress?
Yes,
Dress.
actually,
It's not for me. It's for the
the
court.
gold with the blue and the adornments, you already
Yeah.
sparkle. That would be
Just stunning.
quite a stunning sight.
I don't know what prom queen's about, but I've worked with her enough to know that she's up to something, and so I'm slowly backing away.
And so as you guys are kind of talking, somebody in the back, in one of the corners, guy's like, "God damn it, you're a cheat! No, you're a fucking cheat! You're a cheat!" And he's like, "What is going on over there?" And there's like a group of guys, a couple gals at the table, and it looks like they were, playing a group of cards. And one of the guys stands up and just flips the entire table over. And he's like, "I'll kill you!" And then they all just start fighting. And there's like 4 or 5 of them kind of brawling in the street, and they kind of stumble and spill out like through the doors. And the bartender's like, "Take that outside! Yeah, hey, Sandy, get him outside. I will want to have to crack some heads today." And so you see 4 or 5 guys spill outside, and you hear the scuffles and the fighting going on. It's not supposed to happen up here. What is going on today? How do you guys react to this? Not your problem. Just
I
what do you
lean away from the bar and like hold my drink. Like, don't spill this. Don't spill this.
Rogolor hears the crashing and banging and remembers the horrors of war and covers for 2 years.
I check
Sit.
my pocket. I make sure the orb is still there.
Orb is still there.
Great. Is the note still there?
Note's still there.
Okay.
So there's 2 people fighting?
Yeah, so there's like 4 of them fighting. And you hear the scuffles, and it kind of like almost like saloon-style doors swing up, and you can kind of see with the sunlight outside bathing on the riffraff that's going on. And then you see there's a nice like cart, a merchant that's out there with like fruits and vegetables, and they just start smashing it and breaking. And one of the guys throws a barrel, and the probably like middle-aged man is like, "No, my cart, my can you please stop, my business, stop!" And you just can hear all that going on outside.
I run over to see what they were arguing about and find an open purse on the table that they were trying to pay each other for poker, and I steal that right away.
Ooh, now here's the thing. Why don't you give me a investigation check to see if there's actually a purse there?
Okay.
To see if there's anything of value that they would have left.
17.
So looking around, you don't find quite a purse, but you do see a couple of like silver and gold pieces that, as they were fighting, kind of like spilled off the table. A lot of people like snatched their stuff up, so there's only a little bit few left. And I'd say it's about 5 gold pieces worth. So it's still a pretty decent come up on money. But now is you would have to give me a sleight of hand to, because still other people, other patrons are kind of looking. Now, most of the commotion is looking outside and peering through the windows. So they're probably not paying a whole lot of attention. But if anybody does see you maybe picking up that, maybe that draws some attention, some sleight of hand there.
20.
20, and I'm going to see if anybody notices. I'm just going to do a random. Okay, you guys are beating all my rolls today. And so prompt them quick as can be. No one sees it. And yeah, the fight kind of, and then suddenly, if we're just allowing it to continue on.
Okay.
What was that?
I feel sad good, and I'm satisfied that they didn't steal anything. It wasn't a diversion. I'd like to break up.
All right. If she's about to walk, if Baywin's about to walk over, I'm gonna stop her real quick and say, "You can't go over there and have the oil. You gotta give it to me for safekeeping while you're over. And you can't go over there."
Will you break it up then?
No, I was gonna make bets with Zaladrin on who'd win.
Okay, will you give it back once I'm done?
Yeah,
You promise?
yeah.
Okay.
What are we gonna do here?
I'm gonna give
Baywin's gonna give me the orb.
for safekeeping because I'm gonna go break up the fight.
Okay, gotcha.
And I was a little nervous, but he promised.
Are you handing it to Shetlup?
I'm gonna hand it.
Okay.
Yep.
And I stuff it straight in my pack.
Okay.
Nice.
I go break up the fight.
And I walk over with Faywin and sneak and give the 5 gold coins to the wagon owner.
Oh, who's
So,
nice, who's just lost, who's like frantic. So as you go to break up the fight, so there's this 4 guys fighting. One of the guys is, by the time you get out there, this big dragon kind of walks through the doors. You push through, kind of walk out into the street. One guy's like knocked out on his back. The other 2 guys are now jumping another guy, and they smash him over a bunch of like watermelons and whatever kind of fruits and stuff are there, just lying all over the place. And the guy's like, "They're destroying my," and the guards haven't like showed up yet. And as you look down the street, you can see like 3 guards coming. When you're walking out, and what are you doing?
yeah, I'm gonna. So you said there were 2 guys jumping another guy.
Yeah, he's on the ground, and they're kind of like
They
leaning over,
pick them
punching.
up by the scruff of their collars, just like pick them up.
So just give me an opposing. They're gonna give they were surprised. So give me an athletics check, or just strength, just a straight up strength check. No
Great.
athletics.
I rolled a 14. I get a +3. So
Yeah.
17.
So you just snatch these 2 guys. One guy's kind of little hat with a feather flies off, and you like lift them up, and you're just holding them, and they're not like, what is happening? Oh,
I'm gonna lecture them about behavior.
And then as you breathe,
Tell
some of that.
them not how you react. That's not polite. That's not how we do things in civilized society, and I don't want to see it anymore.
Oh, okay. No problem, miss.
Don't make me sneeze.
And their feet are just
Like,
dangling off the ground. Please, just
Yep.
put us down.
I put them down gently.
As you put them down, 3 guards run up. What's going on here? One of them looks like he might be the captain, has his blade. Have you started this riffraff, Dragonborn?
No. A fight broke out in the bar. They ran into the fruit cart. I felt sad for the fruit guy. I broke up the fight.
The fruit guy's like, yes, she helped greatly. What is your name? I really appreciate it. And
I am Faywin.
Faywin, I appreciate. And then Crumptum, you hand him the 5 gold pieces, and he's like, "Oh, thank you. What is your name?"
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you. You are all. You're angel sent. So guards, yeah, they helped me. Good. Just making sure we're keeping the peace here. Well, move along. And he looks at the merchant. Clean this shit up and get it back to order. And then, all right, and they kind of move on and start to walk away from the party. So now Faywin is standing outside. Crumpum's standing outside. Folks are still indoors, and if you guys return in, you end up spending some good time in there, maybe getting some more drinks. You're all kind of feeling good. At this point, It's probably, you guys got in around 11, you guys walked around, you guys did some shopping. I don't know, it's maybe 1 in the afternoon. Are you still just hanging? And you know that like you'll probably, so what the letter also said, I'll just retcon and add there, is it told you pretty much to pretty much show up at 6 at the palace gates and show the letter and you'll be let in. So you still got some time. Are you guys just planning to kind of just hang tight here in the tavern?
Rogolor's tired of so many people, and it sounded like the war front had fewer people in it, and he's not afraid of the riffraff, so wants to
I
be.
would like my orb and letter back.
I'll see that Rogolor is like needing some fresh air, and I'll offer to go walk him around the waterfront. No,
So you should probably give me the orb before you go.
No, give me the orb. You promised you would give it back.
I know, but I'm not really big on promises.
I pick him up and I say you promised you would give it back.
Drop it, and I'll catch it. Drop it.
So this is all happening in the the tavern. You guys are kind of like going back.
Yeah, in the tavern.
Okay,
Well,
or right outside on the street. No. Okay.
Do I need to like pass an intimidation check from Faywin on whether I give her the orb back?
So, no, I think that like you could stand your ground on it. I mean, she could try to take it from you. Actually, you could give him an intimidation check. I'm trying to think of. I've never done that where I've like made the player give it up because of an intimidation, because you guys know each other. So I imagine that if this was a new character, like you just met her, I would imagine that it would be easy to intimidate, right? So I'm gonna leave this on you guys. This is a kind of a family squabble.
All right, I'm gonna wink at Cromthrum and then hand the orb to Faywin.
I take the orb back and the letter.
Did you give me the letter?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I had the letter.
Yeah, I take both back.
No,
would
I'm
like
gonna say I need the letter
I would like to use my cantrip Whisper.
because I can get into stuff with the letter.
What does Whisper do?
Whisper just lets me communicate with someone without speaking.
Okay,
Or it's called Message.
gotcha. Mm-hmm.
So I want to message Cromthrum, and I'm going to say, what the hell's going on here?
All right, so I'm giving Faywin the orb and I'm keeping the letter.
And Cromthrum is able to, if she wants to speak back to me silently via the message.
I think we should buy Faywin another drink.
I'm gonna be there.
But if you get
She needs to chill the fuck out. She's
She's a
so
little
high
tightly
strung right
wound.
now.
Yeah.
I put,
She needs
I
to
put
chill
the
out.
orb in a different pocket than it was in last time.
Can you put me down?
I put you down.
All right, I say, come on, Rogolor, let's go for a walk.
If we must go with the riffraff, then I guess we must.
Yeah, let's stay together as a group.
So as you walk out, the minute you guys like walk out in the streets, right where like all that stuff is, and you're maybe about to head down to the waterfront to where Rogolor really wants to go, and you get you actually get a little bit away out of the heights. You're starting to kind of get back down towards the waterfront, and you're somewhere in between that area of the city and where the I'd also say kind of like mix between where like the Grand Ave is, and you get swarmed by all these little like kind of like peasant kids. They all have like sooty faces, and they're like, "Hey, buy please," and they're like trying to sell you little trinkets and stuff like that, and some are being real grabby, and there's just so many of them. You Faywin are like, "Oh my God, hands!"
Too many. Like nice.
And as you do, Faywin, give me a perception check.
Oh no.
And I have the letter still.
Nat 20.
You checking for anything?
No.
What did you roll?
I rolled a 4. It's a total for 5.
You jinxed us, Zaldarin.
So
Zaldarin!
Why did I jinx you? Oh,
You
because they're
said
talking about the
roll
rolls. I see.
well.
So suddenly, all of you notice like you all have like lost at least one gold piece. Like something has been pickpocketed off of you. But immediately as you're recognized, it's kind of like checking, like you're kind of pushing the kids away. They kind of move on. They start to run and disperse and like run down alleys and stuff like that. It is Faywin who looks down, and she goes in her backpack, and there's no orb.
No.
Do I still have the dress?
So I rolled a natural. I shitting you not. I know I can't prove it, but I really did roll a natural 20
Oh, no.
on that slide.
There was
Yeah.
no way.
And so-
Oh,
And
that's
so,
why
and I never roll high on this red die. And so
Oh,
here's what happens. So I imagine she makes this vocal, right? So it's just like,
yeah.
highest perception, whoever has highest perception should give me a check. And then because everyone's helping, you're going to add a +1. So in addition to whatever you roll, you add a +1 for everyone else in the party. So you can add a +4.
All right, I have observant, the observant feat.
Okay.
So my passive perception has a +5 for a total of 18. You want me to make that check?
Nice.
Then?
You got 18?
18 is my passive perception. Should I be making that?
Fuck. You kind of look. Your passive was 18?
Yeah.
Both of them win on
Okay.
perception. You beat the 14 that I had. So you look, and as the kids are dispersing, you see a kid hand like the little whatever the orb off because it kind of glows to this kind of figure that's standing in the corner, like really low. All intents and purpose looks like it'd be some kind of spy roguish character. You can't see the face. The character has a kind of a blue scarf tied around a bandana and snatches it, puts it in a leather purse, and starts taking off running away from you.
Point at him and say, "Rogolor, hunt."
Yes. So Rogolor uses Hunter's Mark
Nice.
to tag the person.
Yep.
Do I do anything? Oh, I just click spell.
So Hunter's Mark, when you burn that Hunter's Mark spell, you're tagging him so that you can, track him. So, and what does it give you? I think it gives you advantage
It also
on.
gives me an extra 1d6 damage to the target.
Okay, so in this particular situation, since you're chasing him, I'm also going to give you 1d6 to whatever you roll while you guys are while you're hunting. So this is an interesting thing. This is a moment where we're breaking into similar to what we were doing at the beginning. This is called a skill challenge, but this is a skill challenge that you can fail. So you need to get to a certain number of successes before a certain number of fails. And so for every success, you gain on the chase on the party you're trying to catch. If you get to too many fails, he gets away with the orb. Now, the way it works in terms of what skill to use, you guys can get creative with this, but I'll start the skill challenge off by saying, give me 1 second here. I wanted to start it off with. So you've already, you scored the perception. So he ducks down an alley, and at that moment, Rogolor is kind of picking up the scent. You can almost just read it off of the children and off the figure that darted away into the alley. And so, literally, the only question is, are you guys pursuing? And
Can
who
I
is?
dash?
Yeah, you can all. So at this point, you're all running. You're all dashing. You're full blown running, and you dart down the alleys together. Some of you a little bit slower. Like I imagine that, Faywin is probably just kind of huffing it a little bit more, using strength, while I imagine probably Rogolor's pretty quick, even though big. Cronthum's probably speedy, nice, lean small dwarf, and
I'm very slow.
Shetlep and Zaldern are probably bringing up the rear.
Yeah, way out of shape.
We no longer have line of sight on the person.
No. So you round the corner, and because of that Hunter's Mark and because of the high perception, you follow this character to the alley. It gets very quiet here. You don't have the people buzzing, and you see the character at the end of this dark kind of alley. And even though the sun is out, it's just the way the alley kind of so crooked and tight, kind of some of the shingles block out, gets a little bit hazy here. Even though you can still see, the character is darting up a ladder. Now, some of you can continue on, and as he darts up the ladder, you can see the figure running along the rooftops. Some of you could stay on the ground, but you could also take to the rooftops after him. What do you guys want to do? Or you could come up with something of your
Stay on
own.
the ground and just kind of keep track with him from the ground.
Okay.
Rogolor wants to try to slow this person down by maybe doing some damage to them.
Okay, what does that look like, Rogolor?
I think Rogolor, I'm going to pull my bow, and
Okay.
I'm going to try to shoot him.
All right, so you're going to give me this is going to be your normal, like a shot. You're going to give me your longbow shot check. And he's
So I got 24.
24. And so you fire your arrow, and it smashes like you almost like if you could get a quick shot, you could hit him, but he kind of disappears. The thing is that shot would have been better above because it's kind of running along the rooftops now, and so you lose him. But as you hit the shingles, it kind of blows some of those shingles away, and the character staggers right before he disappears from sight. But you realize you slowed him down, and you have a success. Now someone else can kind of use the momentum and kind of feed on that and do some. But now he's out of sight, so now you don't see him, and you guys need to keep the momentum going. What do you do?
I'm gonna boost Cromthrum up the ladder because I'm not fast, but I know my sister's quick. And while I'm boosting her up the ladder, I'm gonna cast Enhance Ability on her and give her Cat's Grace, which gives her advantage on all dexterity checks.
All right, so going up the ladder is going to be an athletics check.
Oh.
So that's gonna be so he's gonna boost you, and that's gonna be for Cromthrum.
22.
Oh, jeez. Characters, you guys are just killing it on checks. And so I don't think there's been like a failed one yet. So
What the orb?
Shetlip like runs and grabs the ladder, and Cromthrum like leaps onto his shoulders and kind of like pushes off, and you go flying up to the top. You grab to the top of the ladder, cartwheel over, and you see the figure. And it's bright. It's kind of like a beautiful scene, as you can see all the different rooftops, all different layers. Some of a group of pigeons kind of flutters away as you start taking off across the rooftops. Now you've got a second success. At this point, you are closing in on the character, and that's when he leaps across a very large gap. And how is the rest of the party keeping up? I imagine that it's for you guys it's a little bit tougher unless you're going up the ladder. You're kind of like zigzagging through the alleyways.
Zigzagging through alleyways, but as he jumps over, do I have a shot at him?
It's a good. So there's a moment where he leaps over, and when you're there where you see it, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to peg him with a javelin. Bring him down.
Okay.
I don't want him to complete his jump.
So intense. Immediately kill this man.
That's all I have to throw. I could throw a hand axe, but I feel like the javelin's more delicate.
Go for it, javelin.
You want to impale him.
Javelin shot.
Woo, 23.
Nice, but not good enough. So as you throw the javelin, as you launch it, he leaps. You see him leap, and you see where he looks like he's going to miss, and your javelin lands on the side of the wall, and he lands on the javelin and pivots and kind of like rocks back and forth and continues running.
What a jerk.
You helped him. What the heck?
Sorry.
While we're running through the streets, I'm going to tell Zaladrin to see if he can message Cromthrum to get a better bearing, because I feel like down here we can't see anything. But
Okay.
At that moment, you see Cromthrum dive across the top, and because what I want to do in this is that I know she's made a check. I want to keep it from being where the same person makes the check over and over again. So Cromthum's made here's the thing though, Cromthrum, you've made an athletics check. If you jump, you could secure another win by doing an acrobatics check. But also, if somebody else wants to do something cool, let me know.
Let me do an acrobatics check, guys. Let me do it.
All right. I'm too lazy to do anything anyway. If I got close enough, I'd probably just try to shoot some fire at him or something.
Oh my god, I got a 7. I have a +5. I got a 2 + 5. It's only a 7.
You enhance your abilities.
Yeah, I cast Enhance Ability, so you should have advantage on...
You get to roll again.
Right?
It's a dex. It is a dex.
Should I roll again?
Wait, so it gets advantage? She gets advantage?
So in Enhance Ability, the target has advantage on dexterity checks.
Oh, yes.
Concentration up for an hour.
Okay, so you get a net. You get to roll again.
Okay. What? Oh, oh no. Okay. I just clicked the wrong thing. 25.
Nice. Nice.
Well,
So you
there.
end up flying across, and you land on the other side, and you're gaining and you and this character are like really close, and there's like, you know, you're kind of running through some of the steam that's billowing out of some of the chimneys, even though they probably wouldn't be running the chimneys in the middle of the day. But you guys are kind of like running, and he kind of slips on one of the shingles, allowing you to gain, and you guys are both kind of running across a slant house. And as you cross over, there's a moment where the two, like, there's almost like a bridge between two of the houses, and that's the moment where the party downstairs can see you all and can see you running across and you gaining on him. At this moment, he leaps and tries to swing from a roof to roof. So he grabs onto one of the clotheslines, it snaps, and he starts swinging across towards the other building. Rolling for him is all right, so that's a 6. Okay, so then what do you guys want to do as you see him swinging?
How far away are we?
You guys are down like maybe they're up like 3 stories. He's like everybody on the ground can see Cromthrum and the figure kind of running across like a rooftop that's kind of catty corner to where you guys are in the alley. It's maybe opening up. There's some people there in your way. Okay. And actually, as you guys come out of the alley, sure enough, just like always, there's somebody walking through with a cart full of
chickens,
stuff and chickens, and yeah.
So do I feel like he's got an escape route, or do I feel pretty comfortable that we can get to him?
You feel like if he's got plenty of room. If he's swinging, so he's swinging towards like smashing through. The way he's going to swing is he's going to come down the 3rd story and then going through the 2nd story and be running through the house.
All right. So now that we've had a little bit of time to catch up with him, I want to end this. I'm tired of this guy running away with our loot. I'm going to cast Hold Person. So that's a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw, or else he's paralyzed.
Oh, nice.
13 is not super high, so we could escape it.
Give me 1 second. Good one.
But if
I
he's
like
stealing
it.
from us, he can't be very far.
So he rolled a 14.
Ah!
14 plus the actual wisdom plus 2, so it would have been a 16 would have been the roll. So
I'd like to appeal to Zaldaran. I know you don't like to get your hands dirty, but if ever there was a time, it is now. You got any bombs or anything that could disrupt him?
So I would like, as he's swinging, I'm going to cast Mage Hand, and I'm trying to use my Mage Hand that appears to pluck the orb out from his pocket and bring it back down.
I like it. So you're using Mage Hand, but the way this is going to work is you're going to have to, even though I know you're probably not proficient in sleight of hand, you're going to have to give me sleight of hand to try to manipulate your hand to do it. And you're going to do it at disadvantage. You're going to roll 2 and give me the weakest result.
Yikes. Oh, my good one was a nat 20, so I'm going to roll again.
Yeah.
Roll 2.
14.
Nice.
That's not bad.
Not bad. So as he's swinging across, Shetlip class whole person, and he's able to fight through it, but that magic kind of forces his muscles to kind of tense up for a second, and that's just enough to where he misses like going through the building, and he lands on like a ledge, like a railing with like a bunch of like overgrowth plants and like probably like some potted flowers, and he's standing on the rail, and that's when your Mage Hand reaches out and grabs the sack and snatches it, and he goes no, and he reaches out for it, and he goes ah, and he falls. And he's falling from the 2nd story. Do you guys let him fall?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't need to save him.
No, Rogolor is tired of seeing death, even though he's also tried to murder this person. But he's had a sudden change of heart, and he decides to run and try to catch this guy.
You're always learning the characters you're playing, right? You're like, would I kill this guy? I don't know. All right. So you're gonna try to catch him?
Yes.
So here's the thing: you guys have succeeded. The Mage Hand is back, but this is to see if you don't like let this guy like possibly die from the damage he's going to take from the fall. Give me a athletics check, Rogolor.
16.
Nice. And so at that moment, you how do you do it?
I take several large leaps and then, or steps, and then I catch him much like Superman Lois would catch Lois Lane. I catch him
Oh no!
and now he's laying in Rogolor's arms.
What a
Nice.
fair maiden.
Now kiss.
He's laying in whose arms?
My arms. I caught him.
Okay, nice. So you catch him, and he looks kind of like, huh, and he looks at your like orcish face and just passes out, and from under the kind of bandana, and so the character is knocked out. You've secured the orb, and you're standing in this little area where there is. I probably would set it up a little bit later, but imagine it's almost like it's a street in between, like there's 4 alleyways that go multiple different directions, and there's like a building on either side. Like there's a building around you. It's kind of like just a mini little, almost like all these buildings. Like there's one here, one there, one here, and then there's 2 on these sides, and you guys are kind of right here in the middle with just this character, and there's not that many other people around. And he's kind of passed out for a minute. And what are you guys doing as this is happening?
We've got the orb.
Yep, got the orb.
Daldarin's got the orb. I want to pull off his face mask. Do I recognize this guy from our adventures of getting this orb?
Yes, actually. So strangely, you don't. Never seen this fellow before. He looks pretty young as well, and he looks like he's probably maybe barely 19, 20. But for the way he moved, he is definitely an accomplished thief. You do know that much. And so, yeah, you're just kind of like, what would he have wanted? I mean, maybe he knew what it was. Maybe he didn't. At this point, you don't really know.
I think we should tie him up and hold on to him until he gains consciousness and ask him who sent him.
Yeah, I think we got to figure out who sent him and do a little bit of interrogation. But I think tying him up's smart. Does anyone have rope? I don't have rope.
I have.
And as you're tying him up. Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
Oh, I was just gonna look and see if I have rope.
I think
I do.
We all have like explorers packs or something, so I think most people have rope.
Oh, like adventuring gear. Okay, yeah.
So as Feywood is tying him up, going to tie him up, the building in front of you just explodes. You don't know what. Like it just happens out of nowhere. Just boom, fire and bricks start raining down and shards of wood. You all get blown back, and you all see black. Commercial break. 5 minutes as I set up, and we'll see what happens after.
Oh boy.
Oh man!
All right, time to get another beer.
Yes.
Rogolor coming in clutch with the hunting.
Yeah, man. That was good.
I'm worried your dress is going to get ruined, though.
Oh, yeah, with that explosion. That is
Yeah,
not good.
And we got to, like, beat someone up. It's for sure going to get a little bloody.
Why is Joe's background galaxy color?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Amelia, your boyfriend is shirtless.
What happened to your
Yeah.
dress, Amelia?
It was just kind of constrictive. My leather armor on it like didn't really let me breathe, and I just wanted to be more comfortable. But I do have my balloons on still, so it's okay.
Very good.
Ryan
Right.
is interested in listening later, but he has to go to the bathroom for a long time because he has a post-run poo coming up. But
What?
he's interested.
He only poops post runs?
Oh no, I'll tell you about it later. But he's interested in listening, but I was like, okay, but don't bother me. You can't be distracting. And he was like, can I be a cool breeze? Do you need sound effects? Can I cheer? Can I yell? And I was like, no.
So we got to figure out who
Spectators are welcome.
I know he's gonna come back and
Yeah.
spectate, but he needs to be a good spectator is what
Okay.
I was saying. Yeah.
And then we got to figure out. And we got to hold on to this orb.
I think we're going to wake up and not be where we fell asleep. I mean, where
And we probably won't have the orb anymore,
Yeah, I
but
think we're
I know I
see.
wanted the orb, but maybe we shouldn't have given it to the person.
I think you owe us an apology, Faywin.
Yikes.
Phelan's not sorry.
Faywin doesn't seem to have very many emotions. It's just like, kill that guy. All right, I'm going to shoot that person.
She struggles with her barbarian background, where she just has like gut reactions for things, and she
I
doesn't.
see.
She's trying so hard, but she fails so often.
We haven't even seen Faywin get mad yet.
No, you
Yeah.
have not. I also haven't used my breath weapon at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I blew through 2 second-level spells, so I only have one more.
Oh no.
So I'm going to save that until it feels like we're in a big, big fight.
Sounds good.
But I got lots of cantrips. And a noxious poison tube.
That's true. We can always just like throw that and hope
Yeah, give me that.
make it.
Mm-mm.
Give it to me.
No.
Give me it.
I want it.
Just let me hold it.
Matthew, you're eating yogurt?
No, I think he's eating ice cream in a mug.
Oh, okay.
David knows how to eat dairy products.
From mugs only.
I know how
Drunk
Matthew
only.
eat his dairy products.
I might have to go get some ice cream too.
I was wishing I had ice cream, but I just finished a fruity beer, and the only thing I have is Italian ice, and that's too much sweet.
Those are
I'd be cool with it.
Too much sweet for you?
I'm old now.
And
It's like,
if she has to go to the bathroom in the next 45 minutes, she's out of luck.
right.
That is actually true. Time it. The next place we live in is going to be 2 bathrooms. Has to be.
You're going to have to get a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, but you don't need the extra bedroom. It's just for the extra bathroom.
You have to make 1 bedroom, 2 bathroom apartments so that people can who like have to poop a lot can live together.
My aunt has told me, this is the aunt that I lived with in Chicago. Like, when I first started living with her, she was like, the secret to a happy marriage is having 2 bathrooms. She has told me this many times.
It's really just 1.5.
Yeah, that's all you need. 2 toilets.
So it really should just be 2 toilets.
Yeah, as many toilets as you have people.
You know, you have a toilet just in the middle of the kitchen if you want, but someone can use it at least.
What do you think a kitchen sink is?
Oh, you're right.
God damn it.
Broke a few too many times for it to just be coincidence, in my opinion.
Okay,
It's a
so
little concerning.
we're back. Let's see. Let's take those birds out. I don't want those anymore. All right. Let's see. One other thing to do here before we get back. Just check on a couple of stats. All right. While I'm doing this, I'd like everybody to give me a Constitution save.
Is it poison? Because if it is, I have advantage.
It is not poison.
Are they effects I can see, or am I blinded?
This is literally just from like the smoke and the blast.
All right.
Yeah, and being.
Oh no.
8.
Oh, I did better.
18.
9.
9.
I put it in the chat if that made it easier.
Okay, perfect.
Oops.
Actually, I don't want that.
You got 18.
Yeah, I had 15 plus 3.
All right, all the 15s, the 18s, those are all saves. The 9 and.
I just sent it to Joe.
Okay. So anything under 15, you're going to take half damage. I mean, you're going to take full damage. Anything over 15, you're going to take half. So you either take 8 damage or you take 4. So anything under 15 is a full 8 from the blast.
Ouch. My face.
You don't want to get your hands dirty, and here you are.
And so, as you, being a cough and kind of come to, you're all laying like on your bellies, and as you stand, as you kind of like look around, there's a bunch of just dust and haze in the air, and you have a feeling that you've been out. It could have been a few minutes, could have been longer, but you just know that some time, just enough time has passed where you look around where the buildings around you are in a bit of ruin. And the building directly to in front of you, you remember it looked like it might have been a tavern, like maybe an old drinking well, and half of the place is just shorn off and it is on fire. You can see some of the levels of kind of broken in. There's rubble all around you. You hear a couple of cries coming from the upper floors, and you can see that it is flaming and smoking. And in between all these buildings, there's just enough light. Oops, sorry, kind of pushing down into this little area that you're now. Of course, you could run at any given moment and exit by any of the alleyways, but before you can even think about that, you hear these, and then suddenly you see you see something large streak over the sky, streak overhead, and as long as you guys have been adventuring, most of you at level 4 have probably heard of the legends of dragons, regular dragons, let alone adult or ancient dragons. And this, by whatever just flew over, was huge, but it was high above. And then you hear, as you kind of look up, you see 2 silhouettes circling in the sun, like fighting with each, and then momentarily they come against each other and they clash and they fight and they split off and then they're gone. But you can hear when they roar, it shakes the foundation of the city. You can hear screams, and clearly this isn't just happening right here in this little alleyway. It's happening all over, and it's terrifying. How could this happen? The city is being attacked by dragons.
What color are we looking at?
So whoever looked up, actually, why don't you all give me a perception check?
5.
19.
19. Rogolor, was that you?
No.
Oh, was that
Chat lap was 19.
Okay? And if you guys want, so sometimes if I didn't see you or I've pinned the, so you guys are all small screens now because I'm looking at the board. You guys can do the same if you want a better perspective of that. But yes, the 19 from Shetlup, is that what that was?
Yeah.
Yep. So Shetlup, as you look over, you realize that was a golden dragon. Now, as it swoops around and it clashes in the air, the other dragon is a green dragon. And so you saw this was your golden dragon high in the sky. That's the size of that thing. And then the green dragon you saw, probably can't see very, very closely, but this bad boy here. So they are literally fighting each other over the city, and bombs are raining down. And at that moment, as you guys are trying to you're in shock. Out of the alley, one of the alleyways, you hear, no, fuck you. We gotta hurry up. You guys stop fighting each other. Brock, Grim, secure, get whatever, make sure, steal everything we've got. Moyle told us we can have any of the spoils in the city. And there seems to be one goblin that walks out, and he's got a patch over one eye and a large sword, and the other two are kind of the ones that were bickering with each other. And they look like they've got sacks over there. I mean, a couple little sacks, and they look like they're just snatching anything that looks of value. And then he goes, yes. And he says, we'll be given even greater status if we can find that orb. And he says, 1 in a million. We'll never find that thing. But just get the gold, get the stuff. And they're kind of looking towards going inside of whatever's left of the tavern. And behind them is a hulking, kind of large, yellowish, big mutton chop character, orangish skin, and he looks to be like a half ogre. Bigger, literally towers over Rogolor. Big, huge tusk. And he goes, yeah, hey boss, can I don't care about the goods. Can I just crush whatever skulls we find? Crush all the skulls you want. And as you guys stand up, roll for initiative.
Oh shit. I clutch my purse in fear.
So here's where if you do stay in combat. Now remember, it's not like a video game where you have to fight. There are, you can flee, but these guys are clearly intent on doing harm to the city and its civilians. And you're going to roll initiative. Even if you're not going to fight, we're still going to roll initiative because you're going to decide. Because this is where everything slows down into seconds, right? And everybody who reacts on this turn is essentially somewhere between. The game says 6 seconds. I like to say somewhere between 6 and 15 seconds is a full round of combat. So every 10 rounds is a full turn, and that's 1 minute. So in D&D, you can have combat go on for an entire hour, and when you calculate it, it was like 30 seconds. So we'll see how this one goes. But yeah, go ahead and roll initiative.
I think I'll put it in the chat.
The chat for it.
Yep. So here's the thing. I actually, because it's fine to put it in the chat, but I also want you to call it out. And here's why I want to do it this way. Because I'm going to put it in I have a thing that tracks it for me. So I'm going to do it by my order. So I'm going to ask for Zeladrin. What'd you roll?
Oh, I got a 16.
16. Okay. Faywin?
3.
3. All right. Rogolor?
3.
3. Nice. Cromthrum?
12.
3 and 3. Wow. So so here's what happens when there's a tie between the 2 3s. Which one of you has the highest dexterity modifier? Now, what this means is when you look at I'm thinking actually between the two of those. I don't know.
I bet
It's Rogolor. Yeah.
+2.
Yeah, it's Rogolor.
1.
So then Rogolor, I'm literally going to bump you to a 4. That's just to beat the tie. Crumthrum, what'd you get?
11.
11.
Oh wait, Crumthrum was 12.
Crumthrum was 12.
12.
And
And then
11.
11. Okay, perfect. Now what I'm going to do is rolling from my villains. Now I know the order. What I'm going to do is, Joe, what you can do is you've helped me with this, is I'm going to call out whose turn it is, and then you're going to put that person in order in the chat. And so after one complete round of combat, we'll know the order of the combat.
Okay.
That makes sense?
So just put their name in the chat.
Yep, and it looks like, of all craziness, the goblins got you guys beat on the jump. So when they see you guys standing up, so here's the thing: because you guys were all considered prone in D&D, when you're standing up, you lose half of your movement. So most of you guys move 30 feet unless you dash, right? So you guys only have half of your movement left as you get your bearings. So they see you, and he's like, one of the goblins goes in and is literally looting the place. The other one was like, "Must look, who are these?" And then he's like, I don't know. We'll have this guy take care of him. He kind of points to the half orc. To the half ogre. And so this little guy kind of moves over here and just pulls out a short bow and just lines up with whoever's closest. And it's going to be literally a 50-50 between Faywin and the sorcerer. So 10 or up, it's going to be sorcerer. 10 under, it's the golden. It's Faywin. So it's 12. So it's going to be Zelodorin. So the attack from the goblin is a not going to hit you. 7. So he fires a. And he's like, "Where did you learn to shoot?" And the boss slaps him on the back of the head. He's like, "It's all this smoke. I can't hardly see him." At that moment, the 2 goblins have gone. The boss, as we'll call it, is like, fine. And he kind of steps behind the half ogre and pulls out a crossbow, short crossbow, and like leans down on one knee and fires another one at Zeldrin. That's a 19 plus 4.
Oof.
So yeah, that should hit. And then it's going to do some damage. 1d6 plus 2. So 6 damage to the sorcerer.
Oof.
So the sorcerer, it grazes your shoulder and flies. And as it grabs you, feel the pain. Like it bit pretty meaty into the skin. Thank God it didn't stay in. It kind of like flew on by and hit something in the background. And the goblin, he chuckles and he looks at the goblin in the room and goes, "That is how you do it." At that moment, geez, the bad guys rolled really high. So at this moment, you all hear something, and something lands on the roof up here, and it kind of starts to creep, and it doesn't seem to be quite paying attention. It's kind of looking off in the distance. And I'm going to replace this here. And so imagine this thing is on the rooftop, but it is a winged, for all intents and purposes, a winged drake. It's a little green dragon. So they're like a drake. You guys is like a much smaller dragon. I don't know why these guys won't stand today. If you won't, then we'll see. So yeah, just kind of like, and it's clinging to the roof of the house up there, and but hasn't really paid attention, not really quite looking down on the party just yet. At that moment, we literally turn over to Zeldor, and it's your turn.
I'm clutching my delicate shoulder like, ouch! How could you do that? That's not nice. And so I decide to cast my spell Firebolt back at them, because that's really not very nice. And so Firebolt is a ranged spell attack. On a hit, does 1d10 fire damage.
All right.
And so my hit is...
And who are you firing that at?
Oh, I'm firing it, at the goblin boss who just shot me.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So this guy right here, go ahead. And
so that hit was a 21.
Oh, that hits him.
And the damage is 10.
10. So you're it's a firebolt.
But yeah, point my finger and a bolt of fire shoots out across the alley.
So the boss tries to, he sees it coming and he tries to block with this, with his crossbow. He brings it up to his face and he smashes into him and it drops him on his ass. He falls over. Some of the fire rolls across him, and when he drops, he's coughing, and he's some of his leather and his cloth is all burned up. And his face, you can see where he's got third-degree burns across the side of his face from where your firebolt just smashed into him, and he looks pretty. It was a nasty hit for him.
That's for shooting me, you dick.
and he goes, "Gorbo, kill them all!" At that moment, it is now going from Zelodorin. So at this moment, Zelodorin has. So for everybody who's new, also, Zelodorin has taken a first action. He's made his main action, his spell, his cantrip, Firebolt. Do you want to move at all, Zelodorin, or you would like to stay where you're at?
Oh, and then my character tries to run a little bit further away because he gets scared again.
Yeah. So he moves back here. You can also take up cover behind some of this broken rubble and stuff like that if you'd like.
That sounds good.
He kind of does that, moves over here. Now, movement in the game is usually each space on the board is usually about 5 feet, little space. Right now, we're not really using a whole lot of space. It's a small quarters. So, honestly, 30. If you guys move 30 feet, it's almost a whole. So I'm not being super particular about movement. Just tell me where you want to go, and I'll put you there. And then you have usually sometimes characters have bonus actions that they can do, and that might be calling out to someone, giving somebody something, readying a weapon. Sometimes you have special bonus actions, things like that. Right now, it is.
I have any good bonus action, but yeah, so just go ahead.
Cromthrum, it is your turn. So what would you like to do? What do you think she does in this moment? You hear some people screaming inside the building. You see the creatures running inside. You see the boss just shot Zeldrin. And there's a big guy with him as well.
I think I would do. I think I would do something to try to trip up the big guy.
Okay.
So, if there is something like, if I can run at him and get something trapped around his ankles or something to make him trip and fall.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty small, so I want to be doing something with agility and.
All right, so you're moving towards him. You'd want to try to get him to fall. Let's look at so when you look at your character, your equipment and your attacks, you've got daggers, you got rapiers, you have, you also have a sneak attack, which is good when someone else is attacking in front of, like if there's another fellow person attacking the creature as well, or you able to surprise them. So I'm trying to think, how would you trip them? What are you trying to do? They're not necessarily running or moving, so
yeah,
you'd have to kind of really sell me on what it is. Otherwise, you could do a normal attack with your dagger. You could also throw a dagger, but you end up losing it if you miss, or even if it hits, right? It doesn't come back to you. So you've got 2 daggers. You've got, I don't know if you have any bonus actions. You've got I know as a free action or bonus action, you can hide or disengage, which that's not going to come into play right now.
You could run in and dagger them and then disengage and back out.
That's what you could do.
Okay. Yep. Yeah.
And here's the thing: you hit high enough on that dagger, maybe he trips and falls over, or maybe you're able to get him to fall. So
stab him in his ankles.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going for the ankles, right?
Okay.
Right, so you end up rushing in to take combat with this big half of.
I click on the hit.
And you're going to click on the action button, so it's like under attack. If you look at your attacks, you see the dagger.
Uh-huh.
And you click on there. You see where it says +5 to hit?
Yeah.
Yep.
I got 14.
14. So let me check if that hits my character, see if it hits the armor class. And for the half ogre, it does. So go ahead now. What you're going to do is you're going to roll your damage. If you look at besides it, right beside the +5, what damage does it say?
1d4 + 3, and I rolled it and got a 7.
All right, so then he's going to take a full 7 damage. That's a dagger. It's a piercing damage. So you stab towards the ankles. He kind of steps back, and you end up slicing him across the top of the knee. And he kind of swings out towards you, and you duck under, as he swings with the spear or whatever he's striking with, his hand, his spear. You dive away, and he takes that damage. So good job. So now, normally you might be out of space, but imagine you moved 5, 10, 15, 20. What is your speed? 25 on a. So you probably got about 5 to use your free disengage. You're able to get 5 feet away from him. Doesn't get you in the safest range since you had to run all the way up to him and use a lot of your movement, but you are disengaged. He would have to come in and attack you on his turn. Let's see. And then we move to, and if we're putting this in the chat, then the next person. Rogolor, you are up, sir.
So is a spell is a major action?
It's a major action, yeah, cantrip-wise, spell. Unless it says otherwise, sometimes it will say bonus action, like a healing word or something you just say very quickly, and it will say in the spell, this is a bonus action.
Gotcha. And then this Drake, did it attack anybody, or did it just come?
It didn't. It's like facing this way. It's like on top of the roof, kind of like rolling, kind of crawling across the rooftop, looking around. Like yelling into the distance. You hear like other drakes call back to it, and it kind of, but it's still there.
So I got speak with animals. I think I want to try to convince this drake it should help us.
So, okay. How would you manage to, tell me more about like the way you imagine that is, how that looks, or what it feels like, or.
So I think Rogolor tells this drake that it should attack the big guy, and I think Rogolor does this by running towards the building over there so he can yell more directly at the drake.
So I imagine that. Where is Rogolor? Do I even have him on the board? Oh no, what did I do with him? Where's my orc?
There's Rogolor.
So Rogolor's turned invisible.
It's like miniatures just walk away sometimes. It's like,
That's
oh, here he is. Okay. So yeah, he stands up and he would walk over and look up at this thing. So right now it's not even looking at the party, but he's going to get its attention definitely by starting to communicate with you. Now here's one thing. Now I'm going to go over and say that Rogolor probably understands from living in the world that a drake, while maybe you've never met one. Actually, why don't you give me an insight check before you do this animal handling?
Okay.
Now, and I'm going to tell you how much you know about this thing before, so that you have a little bit more informed decision.
I got an 18.
Okay, very high. 15 was my number. So, Rogolor, you understand the funny thing about speaking with animals. D&D gets very specific. A drake, one thing you understand about them is they're like spawn of dragons. They technically are dragons, which make them different from animals. So I'm not going to say no, that you can't try to communicate with this. I'm just going to say, going in, this is going to be more difficult than communicating with, say, a wolf or a squirrel or a bear, right? So you will get disadvantage if you, well, actually, based on what animal, let's see, speak with animals says. How does it, can you pull it up? Unless somebody gets to it before I do.
What's the skill there?
Yeah.
It's gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration.
Okay.
Knowledge and awareness of many beasts.
That's fine. So then, yeah, because technically it's so that by the way it's worded, a drake is a dragon and not a beast, which means that this spell might not work. But I'm saying it could work. It's just not going to. You're gonna have to you have to be more persuasive.
Gotcha. So Rogolor does his best Drake impression and sort of brings his arms up and communicates in his best Drake. He's like, "Hey man, I really could use your help. Could you come attack this large thing for me? That would be real great."
And the creature wheels its neck around, looks down, peers over the side, sees the large half-orc, looks confused for a second, like, what? Beady eyes, long, elongated nose, starts to lean down. The building is still burning. Let me see something. I want to look at its curves. All right, so it's going to make a charisma check. Wow. All right. So give me a persuasion check, and it's gonna be a disadvantage because this isn't normal for you at all, speaking with drakes, but you are definitely trying it right now.
I got a 10.
You got a 10. Great thing about it is you got way higher than he did because I rolled a nat 1. So the creature's looking and intently, and for a moment its eyes kind of soften up, almost like it's looking at you, like it understands. It understands the hey man and the gestures of your arms like big wings, and it kind of looks like it doesn't really even want to be out here doing this. Like it's just kind of a part of what it was told, and kind of that's the vibe you're getting almost through this communication. Is there something that you're trying to comprehend or else you're trying to ask it as it looks deeply into your eyes?
I'm telling him to connect with his wild side and just go ham on all of them meanies on the other side of this battlefield.
And so it looks deeply, and for a moment it stops and it looks over at the goblins and it looks at you, back at you, and you just hear really softly, like kind of like in your soul, like, I can't.
No.
Moiled would kill me. And you get the feeling that Moiled looks up, is the big green dragon that darts across the sky again, going around. And then at that moment, the Drake kind of tucks its wings in, kind of looks up, and because you're connecting, you're not really, it's not really telepathy, so let me not say that, but like because you're just connecting, you just feel like a shiver, you feel the disconnect, like almost like when that dragon flew over, it snapped out of it and was like, no, and it just takes off and flies away and flies to another part of the city. So it is no longer a part of the combat. So you definitely removed it. While it did not help you, it left.
Net win, net gain.
At this moment, we are at Rogolor, and then Rogolor, if you are done, that's kind of main your action. Imagine you're spending most of your time doing that.
Yeah.
I think with a bonus action, you can do Hunter's Mark, if I'm not mistaken. Is it a bonus action? You could mark some. Yep. And then outside of that, then we would move to Faywin. Last but not least on this turn.
I think
You
I
should
got
Hunter's
skipped.
Oh wait, am I saying the wrong person who's got Hunter's Mark?
No.
Okay.
Rogolor has Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
I think I had an initiative of 11. So I was maybe supposed to be ahead of Rogolor, but I don't think that'll change.
Oh wait, let me see what I messed up, because I did it through my D&D Beyond, and I remember putting in there. So maybe I skipped over somebody. So, oh yeah, I messed up. That's my fault. So it should have been. Did Crumpton win? So it should have been Shetlep. You're right, and it even should have been. It should have even been the half ogre before, and it was the way I had my screen set up for a second. So I apologize. Shetlep is right after Crumpton from now on. Shetlep, what would you like to do? And so, and Rogolor, your turn just stands when we'll just skip over it.
This should be quick.
Yep.
I want to check that Zaladrin still has the orb, right?
Oh yeah, I should check my pocket and check to see if I still have the orb.
Orb is still there. Like, it wasn't magically stolen, no.
Seeing that our squishy sorcerer has the orb and he's taken a beating, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at first level for him. So that's a D8 plus spell casting modifier. Ooh, roll a 1, so you get 4 points of health.
Oh, thanks.
That's something.
And then am I able to surmise, is there a good exit? Because I know this whole alley got kind of blown up. Is there...
Yeah,
that's a direction that if I wanted to flee, I could.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? Remember this was a 4-way point, and I said there were 4 ways into this alley. There's definitely the way that they came, which is open, right? There's definitely this way, and then there's 2 that are this way. So, but in terms of that, in terms of deciding what's kind of been kind of blown up, what's rubble filled, I'm going to roll a d4, count up. I've got 3. So I'm going to do -1 on that, so and go around. So 1, 2, 3. So 2 points. So this area here where this rubble is makes sense. This alley's blocked. This alley's blocked. You do have a thin alleyway here going that way if you were going to, run. So this would be your open. I could probably mark it with something like, this would be the exit strategy. These other 2. It would be that exit strategy, or it would be the way that the baddies came in.
Great. So then I'm going to just shout out to my friends, we got to exit behind us if we want it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll end my turn there.
Nice. And as he shouts it out, and now this is all happening. Remember, this is all happening at the same time. Rogolor's talking to the dragon. This is Drake. The Drake is flying. You guys are all watching him like just kind of like doing stuff. And then... this half-orc just kind of rushes in. It can't help it. It's just... Crumpton is right there, just kind of trying to run and, like, mow through her. So as it rushes in, +5, it's going to make its attack. Okay, I'm gonna let. Okay, well, I would let that stand if I could find it. So we'll roll another one. Might. Okay, so its attack is a 10. I don't even think that hurts you, right?
Against Cromthrum?
Crump, does that hit your 8 armor class, Cromthrum? No, I think it's 13,
No,
right? So
I have 14. Yeah.
So he swings, and you just duck under as he, swings this this javelin, whipping it right over your head, completely missing you. And he's like, "Come here, little one. I'm going to skewer you and eat you alive." And as he's running forward, Rogolor's talking. That's the end of his turn. Then it's Faywin.
Hey.
Help
so
us!
She tries to resist it just a little bit, but then she sees her friend get hit, and she goes into a rage.
Rage. What is Faywin's? Because barbarians all rage, right? But what does her rage look like when she just loses it, or just kind of, or gets? It could just be like an intense focus. What is it like?
If you think of a beta fish, like when they're fighting and they like puff up, like her scales kind of puff out, and she like has like gills a little bit that like frill. So she gets bigger, and her eyes get narrow, and they kind of gloss over, and she won't remember a whole lot of this later.
Nice.
But also with that, with coming in the rage, comes this uncontrollable lightning from her mouth, just right at the direction of the whatever the giant thing is, and the goblins.
Yep.
Her friend.
So you're doing your breath weapon, which means that I need to make a dexterity save, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
that is going to be for the ogre an 8, which I don't think it's going to be.
Fail.
Yep. And go ahead. Go ahead and roll your damage. And this ogre will 12 damage.
Yeah.
This ogre's taking all of that. So as the fire rolls across, she just kind of spits out this huge plume of breath. It kind of the ogre starts to step back. Oh, what is and Cromthrum is able to just dive right under the flame as it spews out just flamethrower directly in his face. He staggers back, takes the damage, looking more burned, kind of looking like the boss after taking that firebolt, but even worse from a Dragonborn's full breath weapon. At that moment, is there anything else Faywin wants to do, moving wise, or calling out, or saying something, or?
She's gonna move close. She's gonna get up in there. She's gonna use her movement to get in the, right up with the guys.
And a breath weapon is okay. So we're kind of moving in. All right. So when you rage, you get. Say that again, somebody.
I just want to be in combat with.
Okay, so you're gonna move in.
Yeah.
Lock up right in here.
Yep.
You got it. So then we move to round 2, kicking it off at the top. Goblin 1 is up on the second floor. Actually, after the first round, I have to add. So the roof starts to catch on fire some more. So we add another fire token. And the structure starts to sag. And then the people inside are coughing. And so they start to take fire damage and smoke inhalation. So you hear all this time you've been hearing some cries from inside. So that's 6 for one person. Actually, I'm just going to let that stand for both. There's 2 people and they both have taken 6 damage.
That's
a
lot for a normal person.
Yeah, for a normal. So they're one of the people that's they're getting those cries are getting lower and lower. And then the dragon's like, I found some goat. And then the drag, there's an attack, and then you hear a no. She goes, no, get away from my husband. And one of there was definitely a death somewhere upstairs. At that moment, the goblin is like, keep at him, Gorbo. And then he runs around here and is going to attack Cromthrum. That is a nat 20. The same red die I rolled a nat 20 tonight. So that was so it's going to be 2 d6s instead of 1. Actually, we'll do for tonight to make it easier. We're just going to roll. If you hit a nat 20, you roll damage and you double it, right? So that's what we're going to play tonight. Instead of so you roll. I rolled for damage, and it's going to be. Hold on, give me 1 second. I forgot. So I'm going to say it's. Ooh, that's not good. 14 damage.
What am I looking at?
So Crompton, you just took 14 damage. The boss rushed in and cut you with his short sword. If that takes your hit points to, which I don't think it does, but if that takes your hit points to 0, then you would like essentially pass out. I don't think it's your first time being hit, right? So you just take 14. Yeah. I think I see you at 35. So you take 14.
Oh, I see. And then I can enter. Okay, got it. So I have 21. Okay.
Yep, there you go. So he cuts you, and it's just like you're too busy dodging out of the way, as you're dodging out of the way of the the half ogre. He just kind of comes sliding in, and he stabs you, and it kind of catches you like right above like one of the ribs, but you're able to catch it so it doesn't go in too deep, and you and him are like fighting. There's like ash kind of pouring down at this point, raining out of the sky as things are on fire, and this is starting to kind of settle in, is becoming real for all of you. At that moment, it is from the goblin boss. The Drake is gone and no more. Zaldarin, it is your turn.
If I look around or inspect something, is that a bonus action or a full action?
I'll take it as a bonus action. If you're just trying to perceive something really quickly, kind of looking around, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look. I want to look for any weak spots in the structure in the house that they're next to.
Okay, give me a perception check.
All right. 17.
Yes. So what you notice is that it looks like, because of the way you rolled, I'll give you some insight on the game mechanics, right, as well as what's happening. So it looks like the roof is starting to sag, and what you can tell, Zardarin, is that whatever hit the house, it was probably a huge blast. It probably came from one of the dragons, and you can tell it probably took out this particular house as it was blasted as they flew over. And then it didn't help that the Drake landed and kind of walked across the roof, kind of destroying areas and spreading and stoking the flames and the embers. So 1, 2, 3, 4. If pretty much what you can tell is if 2 more fire tokens get on this place, this entire roof is going to collapse.
Okay.
Who handles that, Zaladrin?
What'd you say?
There's now one woman. It seems like it might be the wife of they could be you heard husbands, so maybe they're owners, maybe they're people staying at the inn. There's just you hear one scream now coming from that second floor.
Oh, all right. What's my alignment?
Right.
By the way, you don't have to save anybody. That is not part of this. It's just if it means something to your character, then it means something. If
all right, my character is going to try to use magic to knock down the house on top of the people who are attacking us, since I'm very far away.
You want to knock the house down.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I shout out to everybody, and I don't know if I'll do it in one turn, but I say, I'm going to try to, watch out everybody, I'm going to try to knock this place down. And I point my finger at it, and I shoot my firebolt at a weak spot in the house.
So you're shooting at the...
Shooting fire into the...
I'm attached to the enemy by a sword. I'm right there.
I'm letting you guys know you can get out of there. I know from my perception that it's going to take 2 hits for the thing to come down. So I have done 1. Yeah. I'm letting you guys know to get out of there.
So it could do it in 1. I mean, maybe there's enough. Maybe because it's magic fire, right? Maybe that fire does enough. So here's the thing: the house can't go anywhere. You're definitely going to hit it, with this firebolt. But let's say that it still has an armor class. I'm going to give the house a very basic armor class, right? And then I'm going to. Right now, I've already established the hit points for it. So you're gonna hit it, and then you're gonna roll hit points for that. And we'll see if it comes down sooner. I already know how many of the hit points the house has left.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll the hit.
I'll roll the hit first. Okay.
Yeah, and basically what happens is if you don't hit, you'll still hit it, but you'll do half damage.
Joe just wants to finish. I mean, he wants to just finish off the last person in the house.
I was trying to get the house to tip onto them, but if that's not going to work, that's all right. So my hit was 9 anyway.
Hit was 9. That's all you. So okay. So then go ahead and roll damage. So you land. It's not where you. It would have been towards the back of this area that hits you can see one of the pillars, one of the beams that runs through the structure. You were aiming for that beam so that you can crack it and topple that roof down into the street. You hit it, but let's see if it's enough to bring it down.
It was really wimpy fire. It was 3 damage.
3 damage. Okay. So you all see him just boom, boom, like fire just raining out his side, like bottle rockets towards the house, and you hear the screaming. And as that blast goes off, the house does sag. It starts to kind of lean forward. Embers are flying everywhere. You guys are all kind of coughing, and it could eventually come down, but not on this turn.
Unless Joe like uses his twinning ability.
A what?
Can't you cast 2 spells on a turn because you're a sorcerer?
What?
No, I don't. Well, by the way, Zaldarin, it was enough because you gave the 3 damage. I also gave some of that damage to the person inside.
Uh-oh.
So as this explosion goes off on the second floor, you see this little old lady go flying out of the house. If you ever see that little old lady in Gremlins, but she goes flying out of the second story window. Just boom, your firebolt goes off, and unfortunately, there's a commoner. You have definitely killed your first commoner in the Queen City.
Oh, that's not good.
No, I mean, right now no one's around to see it, but
I don't think I can cast 2 spells per turn, Matthew.
I don't think so. Mm-mm.
I thought that
Maybe
was
a later level.
the sorcerer skill that you picked up, but maybe.
Oh, wait, I mean, maybe yeah. If there's some kind of skill that I don't know about, that could very well be.
So my 2 sorcerer skills are distance spell and careful spell, so I can like.
Oh, so we didn't pick up twinning. All right,
and I can make it go further. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So, and I'm also going to add another. And you also blew this little guy out of the house, out of the window as well.
Oh,
with
poor
the blast. And he took 1d6 damage, which for a goblin, okay. So he took 2. He slams against the ground, and he's prone from flying out of the house. And he's like, and he's got a little bag, and it's flaming. He's like, my staff! And after Zaldarin, who are we at? It should be in the... So it's Crumthrum.
So where am I at?
So Crumthrum, you're right here. You're in the blue. You're
and
the
I'm,
blue. I know
I'm
it's kind of
being
hard to see.
stabbed.
So no. So sometimes I'm just sometimes I'm describing things, and that was just so within D&D rules, the creature just attacked you. If it was a grapple, he'd be holding on to. I described it just kind of for flavor that you were holding onto that blade to keep it from going in and piercing anywhere deeper. That was,
But so I'm really close to him, right?
Yes, you are still really close. So what happens is, because you're a rogue, see, in normal game, other people can disengage. They can spend their entire action trying to get away from a creature so that they don't get hurt. You can disengage for free because you're a rogue, and then you can like attack with a long range weapon, or you can just stay close and attack him with your daggers or one of your other weapons as well. If you didn't have that free disengage, what would happen is if you moved away and you wanted to attack with a long range, then he would get a free attack called an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
So I know that's a lot, but what do you want to do?
Can I try to stab him with my dagger since I'm so close and then disengage?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
And that's perfect. And then you can move your full movement.
Okay. So I want to try to stab him in the eye with my dagger.
Nice. So just
And then
going for
get
the
away.
eye. Go ahead and give me your dagger attack against the boss. And you can tell the way they're moving. Goblins are pretty quick, so their armor class is kind of a combination of what you're wearing and how you move. So you realize this little guy is hard to hit. You and him are kind of you're sparring. You're going back and forth, and you're looking for that moment where you can hit and just kill him. With that dagger.
I got 11.
11. So he leaps out of the way, back and forth. You guys clash with his sword to your dagger, but every time you spin, every time he's there to block you, and you can't get in right now and get that hit. So you do miss, unfortunately. Do you still want to disengage? Do you want to stay where you are at?
Yeah, I want to disengage.
Okay, where would you like to move to?
I think to the alley that Shetlap yelled was open.
So like right over here, kind of standing there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're just kind of standing in the alley. Do you call out anything or say anything to your party here as you move back there?
No.
Okay. All right. So then we move from Crumthrum to Shetlap.
All right. I'm mad that these goblins are poking holes in my sister. So So I'm going to cast Bane. Up to 3 creatures of your choice. I'm going to pick the 2 goblins that are standing up in the half ogre.
Okay.
They need to make charisma saving throws, DC 13. And if they fail, every time they make an attack roll or a saving throw, they need to subtract a D4.
Oh, it's nice. So the goblin boss rolled a 7 Constitution.
Charisma.
Charisma, I'm sorry. So still 7. So nothing adds. So still 7 charisma. So he failed. The goblin next to him rolled a 7 and failed. And then our half ogre. Wow, this is failing it. Rolled a 2 plus 4. So yeah, all fails. So what is it that they what's their disadvantage to them?
So each time they make an attack roll or a saving throw, it's minus a D4.
Minus a D4. Okay. Remind me of that. I'm making a note of it, but if I forget, say, hey, minus a D4 to when I make an attack. Okay.
And I am concentrating on that spell.
Okay, gotcha. So all that means is if I do attack you and I hit, is that
do a concentration?
Yeah, you make concentration. Okay, cool. You got it. So yeah, so you all start to see that spell is taking effect on these creatures, and so we were moving from Shetlep. To the half ogre, who will turn to attack the dragonborn in front of him. So I get a -4 to whatever I roll. Rolled a 16 plus a minus D4, correct?
Yeah.
16. So 12. Probably not going to hit the. So they're like slowing down and clashing with our barbarian and completely missing you and him battling. He's like, boss, dude, they're hard to hit. What's happening? Who are these guys? Just keep fighting. Rogolor, it's your turn.
So Rogolor decides he's going to enter the fight, and he is going to draw his.
Or is he shooting? What's he doing?
Yeah, I think he's gonna shoot. My longbow does more damage than my short sword, so
okay.
I will draw my longbow and take aim at the ogre.
You got it.
My aim is 21.
Jeez, yeah, that hits.
And my damage is 9.
9. Hey, boy. So you hit him with so where are you aiming for? You said you're shooting the arrow?
I'm aiming for his head.
All right, so you shortly missed the head, but your arrow lands like right in his like clavicle, and he's like, ah! And he like snaps it off. He's trying to pull it off, and he snaps it off at the end. He's starting to like bleed, and he's starting to like really bleed out right here. He's like, boss, I don't feel. He coughs up some blood. Not feeling too good. Can we go somewhere else? And the boss is like, yeah, we need to get out of here. At that moment, Rogolor, is there, if you're not doing anything else, then it's Feywind can capitalize off of this moment.
Can I use the last few moments to try to move back towards Thumb?
Yes, absolutely. So you all kind of start to back away, the kind of strategic retreat with your bow in hand. And as you do that, Feywind, you're up.
Was it the ogre that wasn't feeling good?
Yeah, he's looking tough.
Terrific. I'm gonna hit him with my great axe.
There it is. So you step in to attack.
Okay, 17 to hit.
That hits him.
Great. 7 plus 3, 10, 12 damage.
How would you like to finish off? 2 choices here. Also, you can either finish him off in the most glorious death, or you can also knock the creature out. It is your choice.
Oh, yeah, I'd kill him. I'm raging.
Right. Yep.
How
do you do it?
I think I'd aim for where Rogolor had hit him in his clavicle, and I just want that great axe to like just really get stuck in there.
So after he says the whole boss, I'm not feeling too, and he's just snapped off the end. Suddenly, are you fighting with an axe or what kind of weapon?
I got a great axe.
Great axe. So your great axe it's almost like as he says it, your great axe slams into his shoulder, cleaving heavy and deep into it. He's like, he's spitting out blood, starts to splash all over his face. Some of it spatters across your golden, flaky scales. And he kind of like leans in, his eyes kind of roll up back, and he falls to his knees. And as you pull your axe out of a huge chunk, boom, slams down, dead.
Yay!
Dead into the ground. So good. The boss is completely unnerved and does not, like, you can just tell the shift, the tone in combat, that there is no kind of like need to want to hang around and fight here, even though they are still here. And so starting at the top of the round, the boss is like, retreat, retreat. So this goblin begins to run away, unless someone's going to try to take him on. Just running away, as far as he can.
Attack of opportunity.
This one was he next to you?
I don't know.
No, he was like right. He came out of the building,
Okay.
so he's not you. He just runs. So he's just dashing as far as he can. So he's made it a good 60 feet down the alleyway, starting to disappear. This little guy stands up. He grabs his little bag and he runs up. He doesn't get as close. He gets a good 30 feet. He's like, wait for me! Wait for me! Now this boss, the boss in front of you, he's going to take his full... He just kind of like... He's trying to parry some of your attacks as the ogre goes down. He leaps over and he's taking his full action to disengage and run. So he's closer up with the little guy up front. Or actually, no, because he would only be 30 feet. So those two are there. So they are full-on running. Zaldarin, it is your turn. The house is starting to sag. Oh, actually, no, because at the end of the last round, another fire would have gone into it before this started. So, Zaldarin, before you can even... I know you're not even worried about the house anymore. It starts to crash, lean over, and come down. What are you doing on your turn, Zaldarin?
I watch the house start to tumble over, and I go, that's my cue. And I just turn around and start running away.
The only person that is in range, which is our mighty warrior, is Faywin. Faywin, you need to give me a dexterity save to get out of the way of this crumbling house.
Would I have advantage on that? It says I have advantage on dex against effects that I can see.
Yeah, that means you do. Fair enough.
Alright, well, let's hope I did better than that.
Nice.
17.
So as you're rushing out of the way, you just make it as the house just kind of starts to plume smoke. Now, it's still half damage, not full, so you do beat it. So the house is gonna do your raging.
I'm raging too. Do I get half on top of that half?
Yes, you do. So, yep. So it's 10. It's good you're doing that. So 19. So you're going to take 9 damage.
Beautiful.
so a bunch of, as you guys are all running, just kind of smoke plumes through all the ash and smoke kicks up and kind of like we all kind of to black. You guys come out of that alleyway. The city is a nightmare. People are screaming. Dragons are there. You can still see those 2 dragons up in the sky, but they're not. What you realize is these 2 dragons in the sky aren't attacking the city. It suddenly becomes very clear that they're kind of battling each other. And you see people running, past you and cross, people trying to save their businesses. Some people are literally looting. Some people are fighting goblins in the street down one way. Guards are mobilizing. And can you all give me, I want one, whoever has the best insight, give me an insight check and add 1 for the rest of the party.
I am -1, so do not.
I'm pretty good at insight. I'm a plus.
I'm -1 too.
I have a +4.
I'm +1.
Okay.
Matthew,
Whoa.
Malcolm, can I add guidance to myself for that? It's a cantrip.
You can.
All right. Natural 20
Oh,
plus
wow.
5 plus 3, so 28.
Oh my gosh.
That's Shetlip, right?
Yeah.
So Shetlip, you realize at this moment that what's happening here is that these 2 dragons, they look like they could be ancient, and ancient dragons are so intelligent. They are so powerful. Whatever has brought them out, whatever they're, you get a feeling. You even remembered that the goblin just said that he was looking for the orb. So the goblins were most likely, because of what you know about dragons and their kind. While golden dragons are more likely to be quote unquote good or work with humans, it doesn't necessarily, no dragon sees themselves as a humanoid or any humanoids equal. And when I mean humanoid, any dwarf, any tiefling, any drow. So you get the feeling that these two dragons are fighting over trying to find this orb. And you get the feeling that whichever one that the goblin just mentioned, the green dragon, probably is one of the one that's more sinister and wicked, and therefore is controlling or having the goblins, the harpies that you see every now and then in the street across the sky, working with their side. I'm sorry, the harpies. So you don't know who else might be on the golden dragon side. You don't even know who the golden dragon is, but you do now understand that they're fighting for that. And suddenly, at that moment, Shelf, as you look up, two dragons kind of have a stalemate in the sky, clashing, like rolling, biting each other. They fly away and they swoop, and at that moment they start to fly towards the high street. They start to circle around the castle, right towards the top of the castle. What do you guys do?
The castle where Queen Sophia is?
Where Queen Sophia is.
All right, I'm going to throw Rogolor his dress and be like, guys, we got to get this orb to the castle.
It's time to fucking party.
Nice. And so at this moment, here's what I'd like you to do is you guys are kind of working your way then the quickest way you can towards the castle. But then again, you guys see it in the distance. You know where it is essentially, but just trying to navigate it is the hard part. Can someone give me a navigation or a survival check?
Rogolor's probably good at survival.
Yeah, I got +3. I got 23.
Okay. Now, Rogolor, tell me how you guide your party and what it looks like, in terms of what a ranger does to kind of figure out their direction and where to go.
I start by trying to get some high ground to see what the clearest path between where we are and the castle is. And,
you got it.
I also sniffing the air, trying to see where the fires are, detect the fires with my nose, evidently.
Nice. And so you're able to do that, and you're able to avoid the fire and the places where things are most dangerous. And as you guys push the streets, you see a lot of things that maybe even might want to help, but you realize like the most important thing is probably getting to the castle. And so we just watch you guys almost kind of montage through the city and through all that is happening. And when you arrive at the gates, they are already been torn through. You notice guards are dead all around you. The front doors are open, and you start to navigate the halls. Oh my gosh, like moving from level to level, seeing the carnage, full, banquet halls left in disarray. But you can tell that the guards have dished out just as much as they have taken, because there are dead bodies of both goblins and there are a couple of drakes, which are those flying dragons that are dead. Look like they smashed through windows. You work your way up a spiral staircase, 3rd, 4th level, 5th level, right? This is a large castle. You come to what could only be the throne room, flanked by these two golden statues. And as you go towards what would be cast open doors, the doors, 10-foot tall doors, are already buckled. They're already on the ground. Fire is pluming in the throne room. And you can see as you start to step through, a young woman, kind of pale, fair skin, in all white with a little tiara. She's kind of stepping back as one of a red drake stepping towards her. And it's probably almost 100 feet away, 80 feet away, up on her throne on a dais, kind of raised maybe 3 or 4 steps. To either side of her, there are balconies that lead outward, and you can hear the entire time you've been running through the castle. You can hear these two dragons fighting in and around. Every now and then, one of them maybe they fall against the castle, maybe they strike it with a breath weapon, but it shudders every now and then, and rocks fall all around you. And as you step into the room, you see two drakes, a green one and a blue one fighting each other, and then another red one. And you get the feeling that two of them are definitely on one dragon side because they're working. One of them is kind of pushing towards Sophia while the other two are fighting. The room is in flames. At that moment, I'll crash to black. I'm going to give me a 2-minute setup. This gives you everybody a quick 2-minute break. And then we're going to end this. This is going to be the final scene for the night. Hopefully you guys are having fun so far. We will
totally
go into it.
All right, sounds good.
Everybody good? Everybody good to kind of keep pushing through for a little bit? Okay, cool. Let's do it. Give me 1 second to set up the scene.
Saldarim, do you know how this orb works? Because I feel like if we could use a giant MacGuffin right now, that'd be great.
Yeah, I could Arcana check the orb and see what I see.
Yeah, so I think we break out the big spells now.
Yeah, I've saved all my spells, so I'm just gonna start unleashing shit.
So if we
By the way, you guys are just like mowing through with your checks and your like management. I'm like so frustrated right now that like no one's even remotely. I'm actually not frustrated. It's actually really good. It's actually really good teamwork so far. You guys have come up with some really good creative ways to approach things, so I'm not mad at all.
I've taken the most damage so far. I have 16 out of 26, even after being healed by Matthew.
It wasn't a great heal.
I got a heal. I should probably heal either you or Prompto. Or we got those potions.
Yeah, the potion.
Oh, we should be using those potions.
Yeah, I don't know what that dry one does.
I have beer.
Beer.
I have my brewery tools.
The dry potion like makes water go away. Apparently, I think you could like pour it on like a.
Where do you see your potions?
That would be handy if I pee myself.
Right.
Yeah, don't ruin your one good loincloth.
Your one good dress.
Yeah, I'm wearing my dress now.
Okay.
This giant like half orc
It's by Emily.
in a fancy
Hi,
dress.
Emily.
Maybe I'll try to convince the Drake that Rogolor is Queen Sophia instead.
Ooh, that's very
Stupid.
clever.
So we have a blue and a green dragon duking it out, and then we have a red dragon sitting behind the queen.
Are there 4 total?
I don't
Is that- oh, is
coming up to her.
Yeah.
because we saw a green and a gold fighting earlier.
We need a big
I think
one.
those were bigger.
Oh, but they're not here anymore.
No, they're still outside fighting.
And then Nelia, don't forget that you can do sneak attack damage if you attack somebody that one of us is also like engaged with.
Oh.
If Baywin's real close to somebody, you can do a boatload of damage if you go attack the same person.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I should take
It was pretty epic how you used it, and I liked your rage. I liked the puff up and the
it.
scales.
Very cool.
I'm worried about my spells.
You used all of them.
No,
What
I
do you
still
left?
I have a level 2.
Okay.
I got a 2 level 1s.
Okay.
I have my channel divinity.
So,
What does interact with an object? What does that mean as an action in combat?
Like if there was like a switch that did something, you could use your action and pull the switch.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just like anything.
like a lever for a trapdoor.
Yeah,
Okay.
or like go grab something on a table or something like that. Matthew,
Or cut a rope to drop a chandelier on a
yeah. Oh, that's a good one. Don't forget you still have the orb of poison gas.
Oh yeah.
So the queen and all of us.
Do I have that?
I think so. Yeah, she gave.
Oh yeah, credit. I wouldn't
you
give that to
took it.
Cromtrum.
No, you did not come from that.
Do we know? I don't think we know like what the area of effect is, though. We might end up just murdering her,
Yep.
killing herself.
If you're to save the queen, you kill it.
I'm gonna hand it to Rogolor and slap his butt and say, "Ride free, Rogolor."
Sometimes I worry when
I feel like we're pretty nice. We got Rogolor a +2 charisma dress.
I should have worn that
Good,
when I tried to talk to the Drake.
Oh, we should have put it on.
we
for
should
the
have put
Drake.
it on for
That
the.
might have helped.
I feel like you did pretty good with the Drake.
You maybe would have had a girlfriend after that if you were wearing that with the Drake. You guys had a real connection.
Yeah. Yeah, we eye-to-eye contact, yeah.
Wait,
I think something when she came and said hi.
can we tell if this is the same Drake? Because it was a green Drake, right? We should
Yeah.
ask when we get in there if that's the same. If that's your girlfriend.
That girl was.
I think it's raining now. With that dryness powder might come on my dress. Also, no one's mentioned that y'all bought me a dress.
What do you
Why,
mean?
why am I wearing a dress?
We're not being overly heteronormative. All right, it's fine. You can wear a dress.
Mostly, we wanted you to look nice for the party, and that was the easiest, most efficient way to do it.
I just really didn't think we could get you in pants. I just assumed you wanted to be
Yeah.
a
as
little
free as
freer.
possible.
Yeah, I think Rogolor's gonna want to free ball it no matter what.
Nice and breezy.
Also, again, it's a super nice dress.
It's pristine.
And I don't, you know, it's a +2 charisma. I don't think anybody really cares that you're wearing a dress.
They're
I
just
think they're
impressed.
kind of into it.
Amelia, is Ryan still pooping?
I really want to hear about these after run poops and why they're so important.
I'm worried about his digestion.
I think
Nothing I can do about it.
I think what he's trying to do is when he runs, you know, all the pounding is like kind of pushing it down, and then finally comes out when he's done running.
Yeah, but not 2 hours later.
Rachel says we're gross.
What?
Does he bring his phone?
Wow.
Oh, into the bathroom? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Run.
I was gonna say, he's pooping like it's 2000.
Hey, Malcolm, if you can have a second, do we recognize the green Drake?
I guess we'll find out.
Oh, how do you know? Where do you know Malcolm from?
Malcolm is a mutual friend through Terry. Remember Terry from?
Terry! I love Terry.
I know Terry's great. I met so many amazing people through Terry. You know.
Yeah, Terry. He attracts pretty cool people. So that's
Sorry, for the long setup, but I had to
That's all
get the final.
Wait, does that mean you're
scenes.
Terry's DM?
I'm Terry's DM. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
All about your game.
Yeah, we're in a cyberpunk
Yeah.
campaign right now. I'm sure he probably has talked to you about a little bit. So good stuff.
That's awesome.
All right. So yeah. So we all ready? All set?
Yep.
Okay. Any questions for me going in before this? I know you guys are probably talking a little bit, just making sure if there's anything I can help with before we get started.
My one question is, do we recognize this green Drake ahead of us?
No.
Is this a green-
So this would be it's a completely different one.
Okay. Perfect.
I would imagine as Rogolor steps into the room, Would be cooler. I should have said it was, but I already said it wasn't. So actually, would have been more fun. But
Guys from across the room.
it would have been a lot of coincidences, right? Yeah, like so. Like, I just want you to get the feeling there's multiple of these things,
Got it.
tracking all around the city. So yes, in all purposes, it was intent to be a different one. But you might get the feeling of like maybe what's who they're siding on. So as you get through the main halls, smoke is kind of clearing. You can hear the fire rolling in the main hall. This is, the main throne room. And as you guys enter, the doors have already been torn down. And actually, hold on. Give me 1 second. Make one adjustment here so that I can rotate this thing.
Sure.
So are we gonna try to kill everything, or are we gonna try to just get the orb and then just duck out? Get rid of the orb.
Like, here you go. Okay, bye.
Because I want to be able to move it. Okay, so towards the back of the room, you can see that there, Queen Sophia is standing near her throne, and a red drake with his wings. You gotta imagine this one has wings. They're kind of folded in. All of them have wings. They all have flight capable. Kind of closing in on her as she is slowly backing away. These are the two balconies. So there are two doorways. They are swung open. You can tell like they were glass doors, and you can tell that they probably could be hinged, but they've been, blasted through, where maybe even the winged drakes came in, and they just, whether there were breath weapons from the dragons outside or goblins raiding, there are guards that are dead all over the floor, but furniture and things like that have caught on fire. As you guys enter the room, I'm going to go ahead and have everyone give me a roll initiative. And I'm going to get rid of... All right, and now what I'll do is I'll start with... hold on. That's not right. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Look at those little gold guys. Yeah, we'll kill
them. Let's see. Hold on. Let me find my...
Yeah.
Something doesn't look right here. Tavern attack throne. Okay, so create new. Hold on, give me 1 second. You guys go ahead and roll those. I gotta change a couple things in this fight.
Okay.
Drake. Give me like 2 minutes. Red guard. Everything starts slowing down for me all of a sudden. Come on. All right, we're in home stretch. Okay, so let's do... let me ask... all right, Zaldarin, what'd you get?
My initiative was 8.
8. All right. And Faywin? 19. Nice. So yeah, now that you guys have kind of got combat down, this is where you want to go all out, use all your spell slots. This is all your big heroic moments, into the night stuff. Rogolor? Rogolor? Oh, Rogolor's away. So I'll skip. So Cromthrum? Oh yeah. What'd you get?
Sorry, I dropped something.
That's all right.
I'm 19.
19. Awesome.
But I think it means I'm the same as Faywin again.
So who's
Rogolor's going to beat Faywin.
Funny.
I missed that. Crumthrum, what was that?
Thrum is 13.
13, awesome. And then Shetlap.
2.
Oh my gosh. All right. It's all right. It's all right. It's going to be okay. All right. Top of the round. So as you enter the throne room, the green drake rushes in and starts to attack this blue drake at the center of the room. And they're just kind of clashing in close combat, fluttering around the hall. The ceilings are high here. They're probably 30 going on 40 feet, going into a dome structure. Beautiful articulation. I mean, once was. It's starting to kind of come down all around you. And they're fighting. As they continue on, then it's Faywin. You're up.
Wait, did Rogolor also roll a 19?
Oh, yes. Who would, yes. So who would, Rogolor then would go. So the way because I didn't push him up in the combat, what I'll do is, for the sake of purposes, mine is always going to show you first because I already started the initiative. So if you ever want, just remind me. Just say Rogolor go first. So Rogolor go and then Faywin right after.
Okay. Guys, what do we think we should do?
Kill.
Kill the green one, because he's got to be Moiloid. That's not the right name.
Nope.
Shetlap's bad with names. Kill the green one. Kill the green one.
Yeah, go for the green one.
Okay. Rogol, or should I heal somebody before I try to kill anybody? Rogolor uses his longbow on the green.
Go for it, Rogolor.
On the green drake and rolls a 17.
17 will that will hit.
And I do 10.
10 damage. Nice. So the creature, so you end up like punching a hole in one of its wings, and it kind of like staggers, and it and the blue drake that are fighting kind of clash, and they kind of drop really low in the hall. And right now they're no longer kind of flying up high. They're within striking distance of anyone. At that moment, I imagine then it would probably be Faywin's turn.
I would assume I stopped raging within the time.
Yes, you would have to start up a new rage.
I'll rage again. I feel it calling me.
There you go. The rage is calling.
Just here. And I'm gonna, do I have enough movement to get up in that green dragon's personal space?
Yep, so you've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So rage is bonus, so you would have to dash and use the rest of your turn to, or you could just stay right about here, because each one of these spaces is 5 feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll sit there and I'll just throw a javelin.
All right, so you're going to toss the javelin towards it?
Yeah.
All right, give me the javelin toss.
Natural 20!
Oh, there it is. The nat 20. Faywin's nat 20 for the night. So whew, you throw it, and right after Rogolor's just torn a hole in one of the wings, here comes your javelin right behind it at that same wing. Go ahead and roll damage.
And did you want us to...
Oh, and Rogolor, how much...
Or roll twice?
Oh, so roll your regular damage, and then we're just going to double it.
Great.
And then Rogolor, how much damage did you do? 12? What is it?
10.
10, okay.
So 6 doubled would be 12.
12. All righty. So that'll take it. So you can tell that you guys are kind of beating away, and suddenly the green dragon kind of whips around at you and looks at the party rushing to the hall, and then the blue drake kind of attacks it, starts to claw at it. And so they're kind of going back and forth at this moment, but so you kind of like help the blue drake get the upper hand in the fight at this moment. At that time, it is now the red drake starts to push towards the queen. As he does, Sophia is forced to back away down the stairs. She gets to the front door, and you can see that it is pushing her towards the balcony. And she is kind of backing away like, no. And kind of continues to snarl. He takes another step and another step, kind of closing in on her, while these other, drakes just fight at go at each other. Crumthrum, it is your turn. So you're right over here. You're all like each one. So everybody's probably like, if you notice, this is about 30 feet right here from running. If you dash, you lose your main action, but you end up moving about 60 feet. I think for the dwarf, that might be 50 feet.
She could bonus action dash.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Actually, you could bonus action dash and then still get your attack in. I love it. That's why you got good D&D players to help you out.
So it would be, I would dash over to the green.
So if you, whichever one you want to attack. If you want to attack the green, then you would literally make it. You would dash all the way in, and then you could use that dagger if you wanted to.
I think Rogolor and Faywin are doing a really good job. So can I dash over to the green instead?
So which one?
The green?
The green? Sorry, my system's slowing down just a little bit.
Queen.
The queen.
So, yeah.
So you could dash towards the queen, but you'd only get 5, 10. So you get right here. So you'd be going towards her. So if that makes sense, so if I move this around, you'd be dashing towards the queen. Yeah, that's completely fine. You'd be about 20 feet away from where you need to be to get to her. Is that okay with you?
Now she's not doing an action. She could triple dash.
Oh, triple dash. Got it.
Oh, jeez.
If she can do that, then yes.
But then she has no action left.
But then you have no action.
But you're there to catch her.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
So then you would be you could kind of be right in front of the, kind of right here with the queen.
Yeah, that's fine.
She's fast for a little guy.
She is. So as you do that, as you get over there to she's really fast. So as you get over there, is there anything that you say when you get to her? Literally, you just bolt across the room through the fire, debris. The room is shuddering. You can hear the dragons outside screeching.
I messed up. I should have gotten the orb from Shetlab first.
And what's funny, I was gonna say, as soon as you get over here, she's like, "The orb. Do you have the orb?"
Damn it.
Now, I heard somebody earlier talking about trying to use the orb. I think that might have been Zaldarin as well.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask her how to use it?
There's no time. It's not how you use it. It's literally, it attunes to you. And at this moment, you're the only person that can hear this, right, Cromthum? Not the rest of the party. You guys, this is where the metagaming, where you guys have to act like you don't know this. If someone's true of heart, and also this is all happening while this thing is growling. She's like, no, okay, listen, I might be able to use it. Get it to me. Otherwise, if it believes in you, it will control the dragon. And remember, and what's funny is she's very young. You can tell that she's somewhere between 12 and maybe 14 at most. This very young queen, and that's all she's able to give you in that short amount of time, Cromthrum. And then we move to. So at that moment, while you were dash, go ahead. Yep. So here's the thing: you've used you can, but it's going to count for the next turn. There's just not enough, because remember, every round is 6 seconds. So in 6 seconds, you ran across the room, you had that conversation with her. There's a drake in front of you. There's probably not enough time to yell back to the party and now tell them what you've learned until it follows over to next turn. So at that moment, you basically being kind of the target, kind of running across the room, you notice out of your peripheral that there are creatures, there are humanoids moving. And Shetlip would notice immediately that they are skeletons in the hall. This one moves towards you, and actually is still 5 feet away from striking you. So it moves in towards Cromthrum. It does not get a chance to attack. So it just moved all the way to you. Another one, 5. It's moving towards what appears to be Faywin. And then the third one is over here, moving towards Faywin. Does not, actually they're just gonna rush in, dash in. So they kind of suddenly Faywin is flanked on both sides by these skeletal warriors. taking up her space, trying to fight her. At that moment, we then move to Zaldarin.
All right. So how many is there around Faywin?
2, 3, 4. Depends on how you want to count them.
Oh, okay. All right. So then I will use the spell. I want to cast Ice Knife at one of the. I guess it's one of the skeletons attacking
Yep.
her, and so it's a knife that I throw that's made of ice.
Yep.
And if it hits, when it hits, it does damage and it explodes, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So,
Okay. Go for it.
All right. So I'm gonna cast it at level 1. So I throw my ice knife and oh shit, rolled a 10.
Okay. That might hit us. I don't think it does. It does not. It just misses like by a little bit. Nice, but it still explodes, right? And so do they make it I think they still do damage, or they make a dexterity save or something like that?
Yeah, so they have to succeed a dexterity saving throw or take 2d6 cold damage.
All right, so I got an 18-21 dexterity. Jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's my one good roll. So they
what is my saving? Oh, it's the DC is the saving throw. And then I would use careful spell for my sorcery skill to make sure it doesn't hit Faywin.
Anyone else? Okay, so it doesn't hit Faywin. Do you want to move anywhere or move up after doing that?
I guess I'm gonna try to start making my way toward the queen because I know that probably should get the orb over there.
Let me know if wherever I put you doesn't make sense. 5, 2.
That's probably
about
good.
30 feet, right about there.
Yeah, that's
okay. Because these are 2 rooms that are burning on the sides. It's like a banquet room. So they're burning, and so you guys kind of have to go through that hall and spread out from there. Zaldarin, that is at the moment when the blue drake kind of from the damage you've done to the green drake, it kind of disconnects, and the blue drake kind of bites it and then like looks around for other combatants. And then they both, maybe they kind of realize that they're being assaulted, and so this blue drake is going to move towards our barbarian.
I'm going for the blue one.
And makes an attack. That is going to be 24. I think that hits.
That'll hit.
And are you raging?
I am.
Oh, that means they get advantage on their attacks.
Oof.
So it hits. So I'm not going to roll it again for a natural 20, and then I'm going to roll again for the second attack. That's a 2. You get to try again. Wow, 2 2s in a row. So the second attack will stand, but the first one stands, and you will take. Hold on one second. It's going to be. Seven piercing damage. So you take half of that. So we'll roll. So 3 damage since you're. So it takes its 2. So this thing just starts to bite at you, and you kind of like the gauntlets on your arm. I mean, your shield, you're able to block, but it kind of gets in there and starts to bite on the inside, and you have to like bat it away with the back of your great axe to kind of get it off of you. And it does release you, but it's attacked. And at that moment, it is Shetlip's turn.
All right. I see that there's undead in the room, and I am not about it. So I see 3 of them. There's 1 on Cromthrum and 2 on Faywin, right? There aren't any others?
There's just 3. Yep, 2 on Faywin, 1 going for Cromthrum. And those are the only ones left. And then there's the green Drake and the blue.
All right. So I'm going to run up as far as I can. Actually, I think I'm going to run up towards where Zaldarin is.
That's a tower somewhere in the distance.
Kind of centered in between all of them, and I don't think my legs are long enough to get that far on this turn.
Where do you want? You want a full dash? You're trying to get between who?
Ultimately, I want to get between all the skeletons, but I don't think I can get there. So without dashing, so I'm just going to run basically exactly where Zaldarin is.
Okay, right here.
Yeah, that's where I want to be. And then I want to shout to everyone Because I can't. I don't want to dash, so I think I won't be as far as.
Oh, you don't want to dash. Okay, so you'd be like, say like right here.
Yeah. So then I want to shout out to my friends. I'll handle the undead.
Okay, that makes sense. Yep.
And then for my action, I want to cast. Hold on 1 second.
You're good.
I kind of feel like I should have kept it.
So I'm gonna cast Bane
Okay.
on the 2 dragons closest to me,
Okay.
and that is a charisma save, DC 13.
Charisma save DC 13 on both dragons. So they both have to make it.
Yeah.
So red is for the. So what's the range on those? Because one is like, is it? Can you hit them all within? Because they're like 20 feet away from each other.
It's 30 feet, so I'm going for the green one and the blue one.
Got it. You got it. Okay, so this is for the green one is going to be 10, 12. Let me see what I add to them though. 1 second. So the green one got a.
Yeah, they're probably pretty charismatic.
Yeah. Oh wow, -2. Nope. So the green one actually got an 8, and the blue one actually, got a 10. So they failed.
All right, so I'm concentrating on that, and then they're subtracting D4s to ability checks and attack rolls. I'll try to help you.
Ability checks and attack rolls. Okay, got it. Wow. So and what does that like? What does that feel like or do like when you do that? Is there anything any fluff you want to add to it?
So the material for it is a drop of blood. So I run up and I bite my thumb, and then I hold it out and I squeeze out that drop of blood, and I speak some oceanic curse about how the ocean always takes the dead.
Nice. And as you do that, like there's an immediate, like almost like a tonal shift in the room around them, and they're smart enough to realize it's coming from you, but but they know that it's affecting their movement, and so it takes effect very quickly. Shetlep, you were the end of that turn. Did I miss anybody on that first round? I don't think so. Top of the round 2. Faywin, it is back on you.
Rogolor, you want to go?
Oh yes, so Rogolor, either one of you can go.
I think Faywin should take the first one this time around. Rogolor is unsure what to do next.
Great. Faywin's gonna just keep walloping on whatever's right in front of her.
Okay. So she gets advantage with her. Oh no, sorry. I always forget how you're raging, so you do extra damage. You don't get advantage.
I do extra damage. I don't get advantage.
Yep. Go ahead.
I'm not really paying attention enough to get advantage. Okay. 18.
That will hit. So which one are you hitting? Are you hitting the Drake or the skeletons?
I'll hit the Drake.
The Drake? That'll hit the Drake.
Yeah, that's what I was focused on. I don't think I really registered that Shetlep said to leave. I think I'm working on that.
All right, so slam that axe into its back. Damage?
7.
7 takes a good 7 wallop a hit, and it you're able to kind of cut away at one of the wings as it staggers kind of away from you momentarily. Is there anything else you can do on your turn, or anything else you want to do?
I can do a frenzy attack.
Is that?
I think I can.
Is it a bonus action, or is it when you're made?
Yeah, it's a bonus action. While in a frenzy, you can make a single melee weapon attack as a bonus action on each of your turns after this one.
Do you have to enter a frenzy?
It doesn't say.
It's a frenzy. Let me look at that. For the sake of...
Because you're in a rage right now.
You're in rage.
Not a
How does
frenzy?
frenzy work? I'm
It's
looking.
like the extra That's not how I played before.
Faywin says trait. It's probably under features and traits. So rage, reckless.
Third level, you can go into a frenzy when you rage. If you do so for the duration of your rage, you make a single melee weapon attack in the rage, and you suffer one level of exhaustion. Oh, so just
so I just get real tired at the end.
Yeah. You just decide
Great.
to go in. I don't see.
So that's pretty. Yeah. So here's the thing about level exhaustion. So the first level of exhaustion means that when you end your rage, so rage ends right if you don't attack on any given
If I
turn,
don't hit somebody.
and you don't hit somebody.
Or if
Okay,
I don't
good.
take damage. Like if I don't hit somebody, that's
Yeah.
fine. If I take damage.
So if it ends, you get a level of exhaustion. Level of exhaustion means that for the first level of exhaustion, all of your skill checks are a disadvantage. Like not your attacks. Second level exhaustion, all of your attacks are a disadvantage. Third level exhaustion, and it continues to get essentially worse. I think if you take 6 levels exhaustion, you die. But like you start to just get like I think first level exhaustion is half your movement. Second level is your skill checks. Then it goes to then it starts to affect your actual attack. But yeah, you're good if you want to do it.
All right, I'm gonna do it. If I get tired, I get tired. Just okay. 15.
15 on the Drake, and I should already know it by now, but let me check. Yep, that actually hits.
I've been rolling the wrong die. Yeah, that's a lot better. That's 16.
16 damage. It's a good amount of damage. Creature takes it. So you're just like slashing, and you and this thing are kind of pouncing, going back and forth, back and forth. You can see it starting to kind of bleed, starting to waver, maybe looking like it chose the wrong, combatant. Faywin, then we move, kind of camera pans quickly across the room, and is on our Rogolor.
So Rogolor takes Faywin's lead and takes another arrow for his. Actually, am I able to do my spell again, or since I've already done it once, the Hunter's Mark?
You have 3 spell slots, I think.
So you've done Hunter's Mark, you've done Speak with Animals, and I think you have a third. So I think you can.
You could do you could do Hunter's Mark if you like one more time, or whichever one.
Or I could cure somebody's wounds.
Oh yeah, that too.
Does anybody think I should heal them, or should I just use Hunter's Mark?
Hunter's Mark first, and then just light them up.
Okay. I would like to. Who's taken the most hits? Which dragon has taken the most hits?
It looks like the blue one.
I just did the blue one, but the green one's been hit twice. Too.
I guess I'll try to finish off the green one. I will use Hunter's Mark on the green one.
Okay, green one is Hunter's Marked.
And then I can take a shot with my bow, right?
Yep. And I just broke my stand for my green one, so gotta get a new stand. It's all right. So he's Hunter's Marked. All right.
And then I roll for the hit, and I get a 12.
That misses.
Oh.
Doesn't the Hunter's Mark help with the hit?
No, it's just damage
I
Oh,
thought they got him at damage.
damn.
on like hunting stuff, on like tracking it.
So Rogolor,
Rogolor misses.
as you
It's the dress you're getting used to.
Rogolor, you missed a shot, and as you missed a shot, I had let you guys actually go before. The actual green guard drake should have gone first. So, because I originally at the top of the round, it was fighting the blue. So it now swoops around, swoops in, and I don't know who it's going after. I'm going to make it a random 1, 2, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I'll say probably the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it goes for Shetlap. It kind of like swoops over and hunkers down and starts to attack over here. So here's its 2 attacks.
It has minus D4, at least on the first one.
Yep.
We'll see how much damage it does to me.
Yep. So the first one is only so it gets a minus D4 to both of them, or just the first
if
attack.
it hits me on the first one, it could break my concentration.
Gotcha. So I'll give it to the highest roll was an 18. It missed with a 4 on one, but I'm going to take minus. Do you want to roll the d4 to see how much we take away from that 18?
2, so that's still gonna hit.
Yeah, because it has a +5 to that as well. So that was just the roll of the die. So yes, it still hits. You'll test for concentration. It will go ahead and it's going with its. It was a bite and a tail, and this is the bite. It's going to roll 1d8. So it's 6 damage, piercing damage, as it bites down, and you all see it kind of like staggering and biting at Rogolor, trying to like lift him off the ground. This small dwarf, he starts to kind of lift and then like drops him as he, is fighting back, but it's like hovering low enough, hovering over him and attacking.
So DC 10 concentration check.
Yep, DC 10 concentration check.
14 plus 3, so 17. I think I still have it.
You got it. Yep. And so Sophia backs away. She's now on the patio, but the creature can no longer advance on her because of Crumthrum. And so, of course, it turns its attention, snarls, and attacks. A 16 on the first strike with the bite, and with the tail, a 15. So 15 is a dirty 20. The 16 is a 21. Both of those probably hit. Both do. The tail does 1d6 damage plus 3, so only 4 damage on the tail, and then the bite 10, so 14 damage. To Crumb.
I think you're almost dead.
So you see, so suddenly so whoever looks over, I actually like Shedlib, like you hear your sister, you look down the hall, and this drake is like shaking her in its teeth, and like whipping this little dwarf back and forth. And the skeleton is just kind of looking around for like trying to get in there with like a good stab. Not good.
Are you still up, Crumthrum?
Yeah, I have trouble.
Okay. So she's starting to look a bit ragged, not looking good. Still alive, still on her feet. At that moment, Crumthrum, it is your turn.
Wait, isn't it my turn? Oh no, never mind. That's the last round. Sorry.
Yeah.
What's the potion?
Your potion.
And the drake pivots around you, and to kind of block you between you and Sophia.
I have a potion?
Yeah, we made you carry that.
You really wanted to carry all the
So when you use a potion, you have to. It does take your action to use it. So you could do. You could free disengage, run away, use that potion.
What kind of potion?
So you had a greater healing potion, a potion of dust, and a potion of I forget what the other one was. I have it. I can find it. I think it was growth.
Yeah, growth.
Yeah. So it just depends on which one you want to do. I can tell you what they do exactly. Potion of greater healing is the one that's just going to immediately give you hit points back.
Yeah.
We can grow you taller later.
Yeah.
What is potion of dust?
Potion of which one?
Dust.
Growth?
Dust.
Give me 1 second.
It's like a potion of dryness, right?
There's a dust of dryness. Potion of growth. When you drink this, you gain enlarge effect. Reduce spell 1d4. So you have to keep concentration. It makes you larger, which I think when it comes to large, it's going to make your.
You want me to read the enlarged
For
one?
1d4 hours, yeah. And then, I guess I gotta look at what enlarge effect does. Enlarge does...
Ilya, I think your audio's a little weak.
Low, yeah. Enlarge doubles you in dimensions, multiplies you by 8. You increase in size from medium to large. Until the spell ends, the target. You have advantage on strength checks. You have advantage on strength saving throws. So all your strength gets big. Your target weapons also match your size, and your attacks do 1 extra D4 damage while enlarged.
Okay. Is my volume better? I just turned up my.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I think I'm gonna disengage, and I want to run towards.
Towards where?
Towards Shetlap.
Okay. Yep.
And then also take my greater healing potion. And I also can I sell something too? Or no?
Wait. Say that one more time.
Can I yell something too?
Yes, you can totally yell something. But and which one are you drinking?
The greater two.
Greater healing. Okay. And what are you yelling as you?
I want to yell, Stetlab, get the orb, Rogolor, who has the purest heart, so he can control the dragon.
So as she says that, she starts chugging the red liquid and healing, potion. The minute you drink it, you should start to feel this like warmth as you. And I imagine being adventurers, you guys have definitely drank a healing potion before. You know what it feels like, and you start to see your wounds close. But unfortunately, none of that starts to happen. In that moment, you realize you been had, and that you guys.
Shit.
That merchant sold you food coloring water. This is not a healing potion.
No.
Oh shit.
You should have checked.
Oh no, we're too trusting. Wonder he was so happy to take the deal.
He was so happy for that 100 gold. He was like, "Oh, like all three. Here you go."
Oh no.
Damn.
Oh,
For us all over in. We just bought us cheap water.
God damn it.
Well, expensive water.
so the skeleton is like kind of chasing behind her, running up.
No!
Will attack. Skeleton got a 9, 13. Does that hit you?
I'm sorry, what do I do?
The skeleton tried to hit you with a short sword with 13. Does that
Armor
hit?
class, it's a
Does your armor class is what?
14.
Okay, you're good. So he just misses. The two skeletons are continuously trying to take down this barbarian over here. Now the barbarian is raging, so they should get advantage. So these 3 and the 6 get to get rolled again. So this one was a 19 and a 3, so the 19 stands. 19 plus 4, so 23 off one. So you're just fighting these skeletons. One of them gets a good hit in. That good hit goes 5 damage, which you get to cut in half. So we'll say, what, 2?
Great.
Yep. And so they're just continuously pestering you, essentially. All the skeletons have attacked. It is now the blue guard drake who will continue to attack the barbarian.
And he's got a minus a d4.
He does, you're right. So he rolled a 12 plus 4, so he gets to minus a d4. So it'll be 16 minus 2, so 14. Does that hit the barbarian?
That is my armor class. Right?
That does hit. The second attack does not hit you. The first one does. First one is the bite. 1d4, 6, 7, 8. 8 minus, so 4 damage from the. So he's trying to like bite into your armor. The room is shaking. I know we're on round 2. Also, at the end of round 1, I forgot to do this, but I'll go ahead and save it for the end of this round. So, Guard Drake, it's Shetlip's turn.
All right, I'm going to run. I'm going to probably earn an opportunity of attack. I don't really mind that, but I'm going to run towards my sister.
All right. So Shetlip moves. So
And then as I get like halfway there, right between kind of all the skeletons, I am going to use my channel divinity and turn undead.
Nice.
Okay.
So within 30 feet. Yep.
It's a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw.
So
For
I'm
the
gonna,
undead in me.
they rolled a 18, but there might be a minus to their wisdom as skeletons. And actually, I'll roll them for all separately. So one got an 18.
Okay.
One got a 2, so that one failed. And the other one got a 19. So, but minus, minus 1. So there's a 17 and a 17 and an 18. So those two are still okay?
Okay.
One.
The other one has to run away for a minute.
Yep. So the one closest to your sister starts to run away. And as it runs away, you get to opportunity of attack if you'd like to attack it, Cromthrum. So this skeleton is like suddenly it sees your brother coming, and force blast goes out that turn undead. Some of the undead hold theirs. This one doesn't want any more of it. you get to attack it as it runs away.
So make an attack, Nelia.
Whatever your regular, whatever attack you want.
Can I use my rapier?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
actually a better weapon. And then the opportunity to attack for the 11. Okay, so you just missed it, but it is running away. And then as they turn undead, they run away for how long?
1 minute.
1 minute, yeah. So that's going to be the rest of this combat. Just like that creature's not. Yeah, it's going to just continue to run. So, because literally it's been like less than a minute so far. So as this is happening, and you turn this thing away, the green dragon, or the drake, tries to bite you, and it slams into one of the pillars, breaking, and some of the rocks fall away. And it kind of like falls on the ground, tries to climb up and get its bearings, and it does not get you, Shetlup. So at this moment, you hear, and you hear like the strafing of the two dragons outside, and boom, the entire structure shakes and rocks. Some of the fire begins to spread. Everyone make a dexterity save.
Oh dear.
8.
8. Anything under, you need to get 12 or up on this.
Yeah, I'm safe.
Zetlep got a.
Rogolor got a 17.
17, okay, good. So anyone who got under the 12, you're going to take 2 damage just from falling rocks and debris. This place is starting to shake, getting a little like dicey here. Top of the round, the green drake scattering, getting its bearing. Oh wait, did I miss somebody?
My one turn was I ran from the front of the room, and then
you're right, Zaldin. You should have been right before Shetlup. So go ahead. It's your turn.
Okay.
Thank you for calling that out.
That's okay. I was gonna start running to Sophia, but then Cromthorn said something about Rogolor and Shetlap, and everyone's starting to fight over there, so I don't really know what's going on. So let's see. Who is? It's having a hard time seeing like who's over there.
So so if you need me to turn, so pretty much over here is the red drake and Sophia.
Okay.
Here, blue. That's Cromthorn running. Shetlap's here. You're here. The green dragon is literally right behind you because Shetlap ran away from it.
Okay.
And then we got our barbarian Feywind fighting, like literally just holding you guys, holding all the main baddies at bay. Good job, Feywind.
All right. So then, since they're all kind of clustered there, I'm gonna use. I think I'm gonna use Burning Hands. So
okay.
This is another fire spell. So I hold my hands out with my fingers and thumbs touching and shoot like a sheet of flame out of my hands. It goes into a 15-foot cone. And I know that Feywind is in there, so I'm again going to use my sorcery points to not hit her.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And then the rest of everybody, let me see. I guess I have to roll to hit. Oh, I'm going to cast it. I'm going to cast it as a second level spell.
Okay.
And it just goes, but then you have to make a dex saving throw, which is 14.
Failed.
And it's 4d6. So
Oh shit! And this is for the green drake, right?
it's for anybody in that cone, which I assume would be almost everybody.
How many feet is it?
15.
Oh, it's a cone. So you're going. Which way are you shooting? It's a cone. So which way are you shooting that cone?
I was gonna, if I like face
You
straight
could probably
to
get the
side-
skeletons, but you would probably get Feywind in there as well if you.
Right, but I'm gonna spell sculpt it, so she'll be all right.
Okay, gotcha. You could probably if you're spell scope. So yeah, all of them. I'll take the skeletons and the drake.
All right, so then everyone's gonna make a 14 DC or take
Yep.
12 damage.
So
and
they
6
all failed. So give it, like my drake failed. I didn't roll for my skeletons.
Nice.
They failed too. So go ahead.
All right, so everyone just. I don't know, what should I say? Some like snarky thing about like it's getting hot in here. And it's like, no.
And so how much damage are they taking?
12.
12. Okay, so that kills the skeletons.
Yes.
So 2 of them are obliterated. So you watch the skeletons blast in pieces. Now, guys, I'm sorry. I do realize it's 9:45, and I know some of you are in different time zones. So what we're gonna do here to end, because this is actually a great moment, because you just done a shit ton of damage, Zaldarin. So it's the end of after Zaldarin. It's just the blue drake. So if everybody's okay with doing one more turn, there will be one more turn to the game, and then we will wrap up wherever we're at. We're gonna wrap up the story. All right. So. And then how many? That was 12 damage to that green who was already. So the green drake is not doing well. You could tell that it's like faltering and kind of fires off of it. The skeletons have burned away, and at this point, the blue drake is I think the last one left, which I didn't get a chance. Or did I already attack with when I skipped you? Did I?
No, I think
you called me out before I attacked it, right?
Yeah, it
so
still needs to attack.
All right, so then it's going to keep attacking the barbarian because I don't see why it would move away. Bite will be 19, and then the 6 is not going to hit. So damage to the barbarian. Wow, that's pretty good. So only 3, so one damage because of the. So it's just like trying to get in there, can't get it at that moment. Then Shetlep it is, unless you already. Yes, your turn.
Shetlep?
Is it Shetlep already?
Shetlep goes after Zaldarin.
Yeah,
so that was the end
so
of the
yeah, it skips you. So Zaldarin. So this is the.
Now we should be at the top of the round.
Top of the round. Green Drake is holding on. This is.
Dragon that in Sophia though too.
Yeah, we keep forgetting about that one.
Oh, it went.
No, it went last turn because it pushed.
Oh, okay.
It moved in front of her and it attacked Crumptum, and then she ran away. So now the green dragon is going to attack our sorcerer.
Oh, no.
Bite attack. That's going to be a 5 and 10. 10 is the total on that one. The second is the tail attack. That one's a 16 to 21. That one should hit, and that one's only going to do 4 damage.
Ouch.
So he whips forward. He's kind of smashing through, whipping his tail. It's kind of flying above the room. Fire is going everywhere. At this moment, it is at that. After that, it is then our Feywind. So the green dragon continues to just over here attacking the sorcerer.
I'm gonna hit the blue drake again.
So any heroic things you want to try, anything crazy feat that you've been saving the entire game, feel free to do it here.
I use my breath weapon.
You already used it earlier, so I don't think you can use it again.
Yeah,
without
she's saying she can't.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Up my sleeve. So I'm just gonna keep hitting him with my great axe. It's an 18 to hit.
Got it. 18 hits, yes.
Great. 9 damage.
9 damage.
Oh, and I get my bonus action. I'm gonna be exhausted. Might as well. 24 to hit.
That hits.
So
you did 9 damage.
13 damage.
So you did 9 and then 13?
Yes.
Okay, yep. Oh, because you're doing the yep. Geez, so it is. Honestly, it is so low that I'm going to give you one free attack. One free attack at disadvantage.
Okay. I can do that.
But if you hit it, this thing is going to die. It's holding on. It's almost like a follow-up, like a cleave blow.
I rolled 2-4.
2-4. So was it?
9 total, but I don't know if that'll hit.
So it leaps forward and then it like jumps on top of Feywind, and she's wrestling this blue drake, just kind of like beating it and smashing its skull. It's starting to die, starting to lose, all hope here. But the green drake is still fighting, and the building is starting to shudder more fire damage, starting to take more of that. And then we move. Skeletons are gone. Crumthrum. Oh, sorry, no. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. Green Drake, Feywind, Rogolor.
So where am I in relation to everybody else again? I think I might be out of the frame.
You're way back here because you shot that longbow, and you're just standing in the hallway right there.
So I can't. I was gonna try to maybe run, get the orb from Zaldarin to give it to somebody, or move it along.
You could just try to use it too. Like anybody can try to use
Do
it.
Rogolor. We named ourselves after you for a reason.
So I'm gonna dash to or run to Zaldarin.
Okay.
and take the orb from him.
Here you go.
And then, holding the orb, I'd look deeply into it and try to be very pure about
Now, before
it.
you even do that, I'm going to, because he's being attacked by this Drake and you guys are fighting all around, I'm going to have you make a, I don't know what I want you to do. I think I want you to make a strength. Strength, you can do strength or athletics to kind of push past the Drake and grab it from him. He has it outstretched, but the flapping of the wings, and this is going to be athletics based. So this Drake is contesting you strength against strength to keep you from grabbing it. And it's rolled.
Oh, man. I have a +5, but I only got 13.
13. It only got 11. So
So close.
So you snatch the orb from Zaldarin, and then so now continue with what you were saying, how you were going to use it.
I'm going to look deeply into it and think only the most purest thoughts. I'm going to push out my memories of the war and think of only the friendship and brotherhood and sisterhood that I have found with my friends and activate the orb.
Nice. And so as you're grab the orb and as you're holding it, I like that. I want you to give me an advantage wisdom check. So you're going to get an advantage on a wisdom check.
So I right-clicked on it to select advantage, right? And so I got... Is that right? Right thing to do?
You should just click it. No, you just click it, and then whatever you roll, and you're going to click it again. You're just going to roll twice, and you're going to take the highest result.
Gotcha. Okay, so I got an 11
Okay.
and a 5.
11 and a 5. So you're holding onto this orb, and when you grab it, and like all that stuff you said, calling out to your friends, and you start to feel like you're connecting to it, and you're suddenly your memories are flooded with like images of some war, and it's almost like you understand what you're seeing. Like you're seeing this great dragon war, and you're understanding that this orb holds the power to control the dragons, and you realize you almost start to kind of like shed tears because you're flooded with all of the same emotions that all of the dragons have had warring over this thing. Green dragons, red dragons, all of them, and then also the humanoids, the pain that they've endured from in the past, trying to keep this. And you realize that whoever controls this could command the dragons. And so, in this moment, you're still attuning. It's not that you failed; it's that you just don't have command of the power. And Rogolor is just standing there. Zaldarin, you see his eyes just fluttering, like he's just like downloading like all of this information, and it just hasn't downloaded yet. And so you're stuck. You can't do anything else, and you're just literally taking it all in. As that happens, we move to whoever is next. So then that boy's slow motion, the red dragon starts to step towards Sophia. She's like, she kind of sees that from down the hall that he has it. She's like, it's working. It's working. Keep at it. And the red drake pushes in towards her, and she steps away towards, like, there's a gargoyle in the balcony. The wind is whipping through. That castle shudders again, and it snaps towards her. And as it snaps, she loses her footing and she falls over the back of the balcony.
Oh, shit.
You hear her screaming as she's and then the drake steps over and leaps off and dives, and these huge red wings spread out as it disappears over the horizon. At that moment, there's a huge smashing as this entire back wall is kind of like torn away. As it tears away, you see Moiled and Roiled, the two dragons that have been warring this entire time, are now there, just like they tumble into the room, like smashing everything. Everyone make a dexterity save. And it's a 15 dexterity save. Skeletons are gone.
Just made it.
17% left.
Anything 15 or below will take 2d6 damage. You'll take 6 extra damage if you don't. All these columns start to break and shatter.
Got 15.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Cron.
Oh, I am muted.
I know, it's just like, it was just digital for a second. I think it was just catching up. Zoom gets weird sometimes.
I got 15, but I only have 5 hit points left.
So you're good. You don't take any damage. If you get under 15, you take 6.
Oh, okay.
You're good. So you're dodging out of like this. I mean, literally that entire back throne room wall just blows out, and you guys are all holding as you see these two dragons kind of going at each other's throats, and they're talking. Weird. This isn't like Game of, because dragons in D&D are like godlike creatures. So as they step toward each other, they like talking. There's a full conversation going between these two. The two drakes are still in the room, kind of humbling, but still fighting you all. And we move to who is next in the Rogolor Red Dragon, Crumthrum. So Crumthrum, what would you like to do? Though, if you were to try to do something for Sophia, it would be at a major heroic feat. And I don't know what it would be. I'm not even making it up. You would just literally, if you were to go after her, I would just need you to sell me on what you're gonna do. She's falling away from the balcony in like 6 seconds right now in free fall. The Drake has jumped off after her as well, so the gargoyle has broken away.
I want to get to the dragon and find the water.
Say one more time. Okay, one more time.
I want to get the dragon and destroy the water.
Can you type it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like breaking up. I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
I want to hear it. I'm like, oh man, it's gonna be good. I want to get the dragons. Ah, okay. Get the dragons.
The Rogolor is attached.
Get the dragon's attention and
Sacrifice Rogolor.
Destroy the orb.
you want to destroy it. So Crumthrum. So now here's the thing, Crumthrum. You don't know what the orb does. And I guess I could see that because she might think that it's hurting Rogolor, right? Maybe it's killing him. How do you plan to destroy it? To get the dragon's attention, that's fine. I'm just gonna have you make a charisma check of some type, or just tell me what you're doing to do that, and then we'll go with it. But like, how do you plan to destroy it? Is it just a shot? Are you trying to smash it? Oh, I see it. So, but it's not working for him. Yes, and the girl. Yes. Okay, I see what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I would say, is there any way to communicate with Rogolor mentally? Because at this point, he's gone. He can't talk to you guys.
Yeah. I don't know if I can do that.
I don't know. Can I do that? I don't know. What is the power? Just to try to smash it? I mean, I think you would have to like shoot an arrow, or you would rush in and like hit it out of his hand, see if it smashes on the ground. At this point, you guys don't know how strong it is. You don't know if it falls and it just, if it's that fragile, but you can definitely try it. Just give me Yeah. Yeah, I think we can hear you better now, so you might be able to talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to do an unarmed strike. And
Okay.
run and smash it out.
Got it. So what I'm going to do for that is, he's also still being attacked by this like green drake, and so you have to rush up under that thing, knock it out of his hand. I'm just going to make his AC a 10 because like he's not moving. So most people's ACs when they're just like basic 10, you just need to knock it out of his hand. 15. And so Rogolor, you're sitting there and suddenly you have this aha moment and your eyes like feel, and you almost feel like this nucleus, like you're the center of the city, and you're connected to this drake, you're connected to the two dragons, and you could suddenly, everything that they're saying, you understand. Like the green dragon is saying, I want the orb, and the forest of winter needs it, and the gold dragon is arguing that you are evil and you are going to send the world into a rage, and while I am not here for the humans, I care about I care not about evil running rampant in this land, and they're fighting, and suddenly all of that connection is disconnected as the orb snatched from your hand, slams against the ground, and starts to roll away from you. It rolls in a random direction. 1, 2, 3. So it rolls this way, and it rolls a good 60 feet. So now the orb is somewhere over here in the corner, in the probably in the fire.
Shit.
Suddenly, that talking, you can understand what they're saying, goes back to roar. Just dragons just roaring at each other. You have knocked it free. As it comes free, Chrome Thrum, we then move to Zaldarin. And I'll allow you also, because at this point it is still a turn. I'll still also allow you guys to all play this very loosely, where in terms of talking to each other, so somebody wants to say something right now. If Rogolor, you want to talk out of turn, go ahead. But it is Zaldarin's turn in terms of doing something. Climax.
Okay, I am very confused. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
I think maybe I tell Zaldarin about the things I've seen, the eternal war between these dragons over this orb.
And I'll add that you were also going to be, but you felt like you could control them. Like you would have been able to speak and tell them to stop, but you Cromthrum took that from you.
I say all that, and I give Cromthrum a dirty look while I say it.
So do we need this?
Trying to save you.
Nobody should have that control. We need to destroy it.
Can it even be destroyed?
They're killing the town. Everybody's dying. If we can tell them to leave, shouldn't we?
No, because then they're going to do even worse things.
Zaldarin, be selfless. Go into the fire to get the orb and tell them to stop.
Selfless?
The orb.
So, that's bullshit. I'm mage handing my way into that orb, man. Send mage hand to the orb.
Give me a advantage Arcana check as your mage hand goes into the fire.
Okay.
We're almost there.
18.
That will do it. So you are able to. So at this point, also, the fear of these two dragons fighting it. Oh, actually, no, the other dragons are still kind of nipping at you because there's still a blue guard drake left. But your mage hand, what does your mage hand look like? Is it invisible or is it just?
It's like a blue spectral hand.
Yeah. So you see that blue spectral hand go into the fire, and out comes the orb. You're holding it. You bring it back. Zaldarin has it. Zaldarin, what do you do once you get it?
I have a fleeting moment where I think of using the power for myself, but then I just hand it back to Rogolor.
So as you kind of toss the Rogolor, you catch it. The power starts to surge back through you. Give me advantage Arcana check as you try to reconnect to it.
For Rogolor?
Yeah, for Rogolor. And I know what you need to beat. Okay.
Sorry, just an Arcana check?
Yes. Yeah, I need to do twice.
11.
11. Okay, you
did
hit
twice?
I got 11.
11 total?
Did you do it in advantage? Did you do it again?
Oh, I didn't do it again.
Yeah.
Oh. So then my second time around is 10.
10. So he's holding it, and he's taking in this power. He starts to do the same thing. And at this point, you guys are all kind of maybe trying to fight back because that green drake is coming in to bite him. He's completely open. The blue drake is still kind of pushing in on Faywin, who's kind of swinging back. The two dragons in the corner are still fighting. And at that moment, the blue drake will attack on its last turn. Just same thing with advantage. 14, so 19 towards our barbarian. Doing bite 9 damage, so I was at 4 damage then.
Okay.
And as it's biting into her, suddenly ice feels that whole back wall as something sprays the entire room, putting out almost all the fire in the room. All of you have to kind of buckle and dodge out of the way as you see this giant blue dragon outside of the castle, blowing this white dragon just blowing ice. And it almost freezes the green dragon and the bronze, and they break free, and they savagely take off after that dragon and fly away into the sky. and they're now gone momentarily. And there's momentarily with this beautiful shot of all the city, even though there's smoke pluming in parts of it. From where you're standing, you can see that all of it hasn't been destroyed. You can still see the harbor, and this white dragon is kind of strafing and fighting back between Moiled and Roiled, and then starts to lead them out, kind of like divert them and chase them off over the ocean. As they start to kind of disappear, and the sun is kind of low in the sky, it's probably around the time you guys maybe would have been having dinner in the Grand. Like, this is not the way you thought you'd be at the palace, but this is where you are. Shetlip, it is your turn. What would you like to do here?
All right, so I'm looking ahead of me, and I see Rogolor, who's focusing on this orb. I see him trying to control the dragon, and I can see that he just needs a little more time.
Yeah.
Got the green dragon bearing down his neck, right?
Yeah.
So I just need to buy him some time. So I'm going to run up and cast Inflict Wounds at 2nd level, and do. It is a spell attack roll.
And as you do it, you're starting to see that it looks like Moiled, the green dragon, is swooping around. He's broken off and he's returning back towards the palace. Like, he realizes like that diversion, that white dragon is trying to throw him off his game, and he's coming back around. So yes, what do you do? So inflict wounds.
I'm hoping that Rogolor is going to pull it off if I can get him a little more time. So I roll an 18 to hit.
That hits.
4d10.
Oh shit!
It's a lot of damage.
Of necrotic dice. So that's 9, 15, 20. And that's a 10.
Do you actually touch to do inflict wounds, or you just do it from wherever you're at?
It's a touch, so I'd have to
Yep.
run up there
Yep.
to the dragon.
Okay.
So that's 30 points
Okay, yeah.
of damage. And I just want to sit there and put my hands up and look the green dragon in the face and say, "Drown me, bitch."
Yeah. And so as you run up, I'm going to do an extra solid. You're able to touch the green drake, and you're able to reach out and just with your barely your fingers touch the blue drake.
Yeah.
And as you turn, you're like standing kind of backwards, power just surging through you, and like lights out, they both just die, just drop dead as this green dragon is swooping in and kind of lands in the throne room. How dare you! At that moment, Shetlip, the whole structure, the thing is like smashed structure. You see it reaching back to, and you see its gill, kind of like what happened when Faywin did it earlier, but on a grander scale as that neck expands. I'm only going to give, at this moment, Rogolor. Suddenly it clicks, your eyes come back, your pupils dilate. What do you say to the dragon?
Stop fighting!
Why should we?
There's already enough pain in the world. You should not cause more pain to us.
But you humanoids will cause us pain if we let you run unchecked with the orb. But I cannot fight the orb. You have won this day's small meat bag. And it starts to come step away, like it has to listen to you. But actually, you said stop fighting, so it's like it kind of looks like it will stop. And then you can see it fighting. It's like, what else is your command? Like it's gritting through its teeth.
I tell him to go away.
Fine. Today. You win today. And it kind of turns, he takes off, starts to flap his wings, flies away. And you don't see that white dragon anymore, but even in the distance, you see Moiled kind of swoops in and gets as close as it can because it's still feeling the effects of you saying go away. And it kind of nods like through the window and they all go separate ways. The dragons fly off, almost like seagulls in the distance. You kind of see them to the point where they just like birds and they're gone. And at that moment, as you guys are sitting there watching the sunset through a just devastated palace, I just like to go around as you kind of come together. What are your thoughts right now what would be your next actions, your things to do, and then I'll tell you what happens. So I have everybody kind of share.
Rogolor's knees.
Say that one more time.
I hug Rogolor's knees.
Nice.
No, she just almost messed everything up.
I slowly bend down and set down the orb on the ground.
Nice.
Phelan comes out of her rage, drops down in exhaustion, and looks around and says, "What happened?"
Zaldarin, after all the stress of the last week, just up in faints. He just can't take it anymore.
And what's funny is I'll do you one better. Before he faints, through the doorway walks Queen Sophia, young 12. She walks through this doorway, and as she walks in, she goes, "I am okay." And she's kind of sooty, and the white dragon saved me. So there is good in the dragon kind, and you have the orb. And so Zaldarin faints.
I definitely faint from that.
And then who else is?
Runs over and tries to pick up the orb, but she passed out before.
Nice.
And a lot of blood loss.
Blood loss will do it.
Yeah. Is there anybody I didn't get? So they got. She's kind of passed from the blood loss. Zaldarin is down. Daywin's standing there strong. Rogolar's like, okay. And so the party's kind of like has taken a beating, and then the surprise of the queen being alive, and we kind of slowly fade to black, and some time goes on, and we kind of, maybe it's a day later, and you can see that it's in the royal court. It's not in the palace because that's still being kind of reconstructed. But there, all of the guards stand. The people kind of cheer as they, usher you all in. You've had a little bit of time to heal. The queen, you notice. Did you guys? Now, I just want to ask you: would you give the queen the orb, or would you like actively give it to her? Because that's what she asked for.
I think now that we learned what the orb did,
Yeah.
we need to vet her a little bit.
And here's what I'll tell you: that in an off-screen conversation with the queen, she would tell you that the goal was to get that orb, because if the dragons have it, they can start another dragon war. So if the humans have it, they can protect Grayhaven from ever having something like this happen again. They can use the orb to keep the dragons at bay, and they'll never be able to kind of infiltrate the city. They can almost create a magical ward where dragons can no longer. And who knows what the dragons want it for? But that's what she says why her kingdom wants it.
Rogolor did pretty good with it.
I think Rogolor did pretty good with it too, except that he did bad with it.
Well, to uphold your end of the bargain, she would not want, you agree to hand it over to the kingdom to do good with it. If you guys were willing to take it in that moment, then you would probably then have to flee or like leave the kingdom, which is all fair. But you would probably not be able to stand and get the great, unless you're trying to convince her that you deserve to keep it and that you deserve to wield that power. That could be a persuasion check, probably looking at it being a disadvantage, or unless you can sell me on it.
I think that it would be to everybody's benefit to call the dragons back and to make a truce among everybody and then destroy the orb so that nobody has power over the dragons.
The funny thing is that's when you talk to, that's possible. The reason the orb was hidden is because no one's ever destroyed it. Nothing's ever destroyed it. Fire's never destroyed it. No one's ever been able to crush it. No one's ever been able to wipe it away from existence. So I like the idea. I like what you're saying is people have probably tried and failed before.
Did they trying to smash it on the ground? Because I think Cronthorn was pretty close that time.
Yeah.
Man.
So every time you tried to smash it, it just like tink. It's like glass that does not shatter. There's like a magical field on it. Now the idea of bringing the dragons back, interesting. Like maybe the queen, but she's like, you want to bring dragons into We just want to keep the dragons out. We want to keep what just happened from happening.
Guys, I want my Chewbacca on
He's like, I want
moment where they give me a medal, or don't give me a medal and give all the humans a medal. I say we give it to her.
I think we give it to her.
I think we give it to her because she's not trying to control the dragons. She's just trying to make a safe haven for her kingdom. She's not trying to tell the dragons, this is how you got to live your life. Do what you want to do it here. And Phelan's cool with that. Phelan also likes royalty, so she's a little biased.
I feel like this is above our pay grade.
He knows it.
I'm tired of dealing with all this anyway, and Phelan's basically a dragon, so she probably would know better what to do anyway.
We're all too tired to make it.
I know. I said so.
Our characters are tired too. That's okay.
Yeah, that's true. You'd be making this decision very exhausted from battle and worn out. So give it or keep it. I'll allow either for the ending.
Give it.
I say give it. If we decided we want to get it back, then next time we'll come and infiltrate the city and
Yeah.
Throw him in a heist.
How much is she paying? I think she's
So she ends up turning over 500 gold pieces to you equally, each of you. In addition to she is knights you guys as knights of her realm. You have power and renown wherever you go, and pull wherever you go there. That can translate to other things if we play again. So you get some money and you get kind of a status, and yeah. And a status in that.
That's enough money.
So amongst all of you, it's basically 5, 10. So she'll round it out with you go for your negotiations at a good. She'll give you guys 4,000 gold pieces.
Wow.
I don't even think you guys can carry it. You gotta probably gotta find somebody to keep it. Wheelbarrows of money. It's worth it, and you guys did save her kingdom, so it makes complete sense. And you'd already done. This was the adventure on top of the adventure, right? Because you had gone out and got it for her in the first place.
All right.
And so with that, like that opening morning scene, flowers and the kids are around and people were standing by and they cheer and they clap for you. There were wonderful songs and tales sung, and like Rogolor gets his moment. He gets to stand front and center, that he got to, wield the orb. He is literally, she provides him a medal. I wish I had the medal here, but she actually gives you all a medal that you wear. And it also can actually be pinned, so on your robe or wherever you go. So it is the symbol of the queen, the symbol of Grayhaven. And you're all kind of a proud moment as you stand there, as the kids throw flowers and they rain down high, and the sun kind of shines in all of your face. And from here, one more time going around, these are just your last remarks as your characters, maybe how you feel, maybe where you plan to go from here. Now that you're kind of all, in this glorious stature, all this money you have, maybe what you'll do with it next. Will you quit adventuring? I'll start with Faywin. Actually, we'll end on Rogolor since he was our amazing, but we'll start with Faywin.
Faywin is really happy about the poetic kind of finish that our name makes sense now. With Rogolor being the, guy who did it all, and we just kind of helped him. But on top of that, she's really excited that she now has what she's kind of wanted, which is status, and that she feels like she's more sophisticated, but she also has come to realize that her barbarian roots are what got her and her friends through, and she has appreciation for it and would like to keep adventuring.
She was really awesome. She had some really great moments where she literally single-handedly would be she would stand like a wall in front of her team and take a lot of the attacks. And also willing to help that guy with the cart and stuff like that. So you have leveled up to level 5, Faywin. We'll move to Crumthrum.
Crumthrum is happy to have a lot of money, but she's definitely not going to show it off, and she'll probably keep stealing just as much. Not even probably. She will keep stealing things.
Yeah.
But she also is a little bit disappointed in the kingdom because she thinks that the dragons are going to keep coming back and keep coming back and keep coming back. and thinks that they need a way better security system because somebody else is going to steal that orb, even if it's not dragon. Somebody's going to come in and steal it.
And Crompton, I'm sure, has made this aware. She's made her feelings. I don't think she's wanting to hold those back. And so the queen has actually got you in touch with her, like, head of security and one of her high mages. And the high mages have used your help to work with the orb in the coming weeks to create a ward system around the city walls that would actually keep dragons out, would never be able to attack again. So because of you, that system will be put in place.
Yay.
And you level up to level 5.
Ew.
Zaldarin, or actually Shetlep. Let's do brothers first, and then siblings.
So Shetlep has 2 things on his agenda. First, he's gonna go find the guy that sold us red food coloring and kick him in the shin. Real inconvenient. Number 2, I think he thinks the gold ship is nice, but he may just go like sit on the dock some and kind of reflect about the journey.
Yeah. I just saw like a montage of him going like talking to everybody in the streets, like, you seen this guy, like, and he finally's like he's shaking this guy down in the alley with the queen's garb on him. And sure enough, you're sitting on the docks a little bit later, and he's got a little box, and he opens it up, and it was this guy, probably his real stash, and you just have potions in there. There's probably 12 in there, ranging from superior healing all the way to to regular healing, and you've got some other stuff in between. So he got some good stuff once he found that guy, and he levels up to level 5.
Oh. Can I ask something?
Yes, go ahead.
Crumcrum also gives Shetlap a gift because he tried to back many times over the course of this. He was a really good brother looking out for his sister. He gives back his shoe.
His shoe. He finally gets his shoe.
2 pairs of boots now.
So next to his boots he's wearing, he's got and I'm sure he's got his shoes off on the docks, but he's got all his boots next to him.
Nice.
Zaldarin.
Zaldarin is glad to finally be done with this ridiculous adventure, and the money doesn't really make sense because his family has plenty of money, but he realized that he may enjoy adventuring a little more than he lets on, although he definitely needs a long to lay down, and he's got his hands behind his back, but his mage hand has a drink that he's like
nice. And the queen's got him laid up in like the top notch on the high street, one of the best resort style taverns ever. Did I lose everybody? Okay, yeah, that's where his Zaldarin is. So good stuff. He's there.
Gotcha.
Level 5. Last but not least, Rogolor, how do you want to end it for us?
So during the ceremony, Rogolor lets out a very large growl / yell, and all the soldiers take that as a hint to turn, much like Chewbacca.
Yeah, nice.
But Rogolor is had enough of adventuring and is going to return to the forest, but he will be returning with new friends in his heart.
That is. And so while he tasted this great power, right, almost like godlike power, he kind of goes back to commune with nature. And, and we kind of watch, maybe there's a scene of him later on kind of entering the forest as it kind of lights up around him with the, beautiful squirrels and everything. And with that, we kind of fade to black credits over our screen, our mind screen. Thank you all for playing. Now, I will say, after those credits are over, one quick thing that would be added is that somewhere back in the Queen's quarters, the castle's being rebuilt. The palace her throne room is back to where it should be. Queen Sophia walks in. It's still under construction, but it's getting there. And they've erected even a stronger throne for her. And as she walks in, she's holding the orb in her hand, and she sits down. She goes, "Guards, please leave." Says, "But Lance, you can't be left here alone. We still haven't finished the structure. Leave." They all walk out, leave her to be, and she kind of sits back on her throne and holds the orb in her hand, looks out to the sky, and it kind of the camera kind of drifts off around all of the city that's being reconstructed and kind of comes. We hear like a breathing, and as that camera would kind of pan back around into the room, there's a huge, ancient, not ancient, but adult white dragon standing in the throne room, holding the orb. My world is coming, oiled and roid, and none of the dragons and none of the humans will have the power that I have. And then fade to black. Thank you guys for playing.
God damn it. No wonder she survived that fall.
She literally transformed into the white dragon. Flew around.
Jeez.
Ilya, you were right.
You were right. Yes, you kind of were catching. Yeah, her parents. She was adopted. Her parents died, and that was something you never got a chance to talk to certain people about in the city. But like that's but and that wasn't really necessarily a part of this whole episode is learning that. But yeah, the queen is a dragon. Good stuff. Good stuff.
That's awesome. Thanks, Malcolm. That was great.
Yeah. Hopefully you guys had a lot of fun. I took a pre-made module and then I was putting it together and I was like, ended up like tearing it apart and restructuring it for this group. And the stuff you guys gave me was really cool. It really helped when you kind of sent me what your story. And I tried to make it fun and not start in like a tavern like you always start in D&D, So yeah, hope you guys have fun. I know for some of you, thanks for staying up late, and I know I said 9. Sorry.
That was awesome.
Well, good. Thank you so much. It was great fun.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. If you guys if you guys want to stick around and talk to each other, whatever. I mean, I usually kind of anybody wants to stick around and ask me any questions, I'm here. Otherwise, if like 5 minutes, I'll hop off. If you guys need to go. But yeah, I mean, I'm just glad I got a chance to play with you guys. Thanks for putting it together, Joe. And,
sure. Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, hopefully some of you guys want to play D&D again sometime.
Yeah.
Not even with me. Hopefully you just got the D&D bug. Just play with each other, like do your thing. It's a lot of fun.
Do you have you said you're on Instagram.
Yes.
Instagram over email, and then if there's also a place that you like need reviews or anything for other players, can you share that too so we can write you
I
some
will. I would appreciate that, guys. I do. I'll definitely share that with you. And I'll send that in an email like sometime tomorrow. And then Instagram is just gentleman_Gamemaster, but I'll put all of it in the email for sure.
Perfect.
Cool.
All right, cool. Well, considering the time, I'm going to have to log off, but this was great.
All right, folks.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys. Good game.